Sorry, I did just realize I forgot to turn on my timer. Oops. But okay, no one should be surprised it's me. I need to update pro name. Here right now. Go. I did everything but that, but now I'm good. Okay. Anyway, Pulakarete, Aspazaste es Omicron Noctus. Many greetings and welcome to the Mists of Night. We are going to be playing Xana Uta here soon. I'm probably going to wait until ad break is over though. But sorry, I was answering someone who's going to be joining me here soon. But let's move over to Kitty Overlay. And oh shit, I should probably set some TWs. Let me get that set real quick. I'm gonna put abuse because I'm assuming that happens considering this is based around relationships and it's horror. Oh, and I just remembered there's a place I did forget to what's this? My trigger warning. There we go. That is also active. Sorry, I'm doing some stuff in the background. There we go. That should be good. Now let's do. That's working. There we go. Good. Yep. Okay. I know I turned that on before. That. Yes. Now let's get the game started. Okay, I'm gonna say well, that's loading. Turn game audio on. There we go. Full screen. There we go. I actually have to change my setup specifically for this game because it doesn't like playing on my other screen that I tend to play games on. It kept crashing every time I tried. So I gave up and just switched my setup to accommodate it. Imaginary do not reflect actual medical practice. That's a good thing. Warning. Test images that may disturb some viewers. Please select how you would like such images displayed. Okay. I think I might keep it on default for now. That is not what I expected. The wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. Oh, this is such an earfuck. I don't know how to describe it. I think this is the same era of games that Lamento was in, because this, how they have this set up is almost exactly... Lamento isn't as grotesque as this, but some of the setup, like how the screen is formatted, is very similar to Lamento in many scenes. And I haven't seen that in, like, Dramatical Murders or some of their newer stuff as much. Oh. This kind of does remind me of something I saw when coming out of anesthesia one time. I had some teeth removed, and coming out of anesthesia, I do actually remember waking up briefly and talking with the nurse, and the only thing I asked her was, are hallucinations common when coming out of anesthesia? She said yes, and I think I said, good, because the walls are intestines right now, and then fell back asleep. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it is required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However, these creatures look, they are my friends, apparently. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake up each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. Yeah! I was not expecting this start! I am so sorry, Yos!
Well, I came in to say hi.
Yeah, and I'm gonna update my... Yeah, since you don't like horror or gore that much, I would advise it! Means... Best... Images... Body... I'm gonna include body horror. Insanity. Challenge. Oh. Oh. Oh, this sounds so gross in my ears. I'm wearing headphones. Oh yeah, and let me update that. W. This is... You know, I knew what I was getting into. I just... Fucking damn. I wasn't expecting it to start out so fucking soon. Okay, they've played it before. Oh, I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that. Yeah, I already read this. I know now that I have to blend in. That I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life these past 3 months. And so it will remain until the day I die. Ooh. Fucking dark. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. Which means the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. Oh, fuck. I just remembered a place I forgot to post this. Oh, and I forgot to add a trigger warning to my freaking... Oh, well. Too late now. Hopefully they see it once they join. What the fuck did I get tagged in? Okay, there we go. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same. As if an insane architect took the blueprint... Oh god, my stutter just picked up so fucking bad right there. As if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together. We even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are but painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting, in comparison, to believe that I had been abducted by aliens, or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. Oh god. You know what? I posted this in some self-promo. I'm gonna go and add a TW to all of these. Cause, yikes. Sorry, this will take me no more than a few minutes. Oh yeah, no, I forgot to do a thing. Another thing. Okay, this is no surprise to literally anyone. Fuck. Oh, I hit the wrong fucking button. Time I know better when doing all my promo to make sure I include that, cause holy shit, that went for that just dove you right fucking in. You know, I knew Nitro and Kyral's reputation. Well, it's not Nitro and Kyral this time, it's just Nitro Plus. I knew their reputation, I should have known better. This is... I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking loving this. Like, I wanted to make sure people are forewarned appropriately, but... Oh my god, this is amazing so far. Right. There we go, that if someone joins me. There we go. Now I got everything done. Okay. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised. The society that I was part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decide to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But just then... Hey, Fuminori, one of the flesh beasts says as it swivels its bloodshot eyes toward me. What do you think? About what? I tried desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer.
Yeah, listen.
Not really. These were my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? For once, I am really glad I don't generally look people in the eyes. Cause, that would actually save me in such a scenario. If you have a habit of actually looking at people's faces and in the eyes, and then have to pretend you're not seeing something horrifying, I'd rather be me and, you know, just not look at people's faces that much. Makes it easier. Just fucking hell, damn. In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there is only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo, I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I fucking love this. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However they look to me, this is their world. I'm the outsider here. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here, now. I mutter hastily and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy.
ねえねえ、今度のスキーだけどさ、今年はどっかスケートも遊べるところにしない？
Tsukuba Yo frowns at the suggestion.
スケート？わざわざスキー場にまで行ってスケート？
勘弁してやってくれよ、つくば。こいつ今そっちにハマってんだ。
Tono Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other. Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous.
なんせオウミってさ、この前この年になって初めてスケートやったんだ。
何よ、スケートしたことなかったのがそんなに不思議
？20歳になって初体験ってのは興味そうそういないんじゃないかな。
子供の頃はなんとなく怖かったのよ。あの靴、なんだか刃物みたいでさ。でも、いきなりやって滑れたの？オウミちゃん、すごくない？
容量はスキーとそう変わるもんじゃないからな。重心を前に出して、靴の前のヘリでコントロールする感覚とか。
コウジにそう言われたもんだからさ。騙されたと思ってやってみたわけよ。そうしたらもう楽しくって。
So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoy their time together as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad.
ふーん、私も見てみたいな。オウミちゃんがスケートやるところ。
Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His is true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare.
だからさ、ね、今度のスキー旅行、ついでにスケート旅行にしちゃえば2倍美味しく楽しいってわけよ。でもさ、スケートはスケートリンクに行けばできるじゃない。わざわざスキー場に行ってまでやる？だから屋内じゃなくてさ、屋外スケート、凍った湖とかで滑れるところ。そんな都合のいいとこあるかな。なんだかすっごく混んでそう。
While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue.
なあ、ふみのり。お前はどう思う？
Perhaps Koji senses Yo's fit pain in his usual quiet and considerate way.
どうって。
The cause of Yo's distress, Sakisaka Fuminori, responds to Hoji's sudden query with a vague mumbled question of his own.
いや、だからさ、今年の冬のスキーだよ。お前も行くよな。
Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori on it for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship, but now...
わからない。
Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor, making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence.
何か他の予定でもあるのか？
いや、別に。
Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep all these months later. Each one of the four bears them, not only Fuminori.
なあ、別に運動するのが傷に触るとかそういうわけでもないんだろ？
どうだろうな。今日の診療で先生に聞いてみる。
As though the answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his
おい、
chair.
ふみのり。
Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but that happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale.
だから今日も診療なんだ。もう時間だから。
Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touched something filthy.
それじゃ。
Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria almost as if he's running away. Baphomet, what are you doing over there? Did you? Baphomet. Oh my god, you're silly. Come on. Here you go. She got herself fucking stuck behind my mic. Silly cat. I love you. Here we go. I'm back. Fucking hell. Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining 3 lower their gaze to the table, where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched.
やってられないわね。もう。
Omi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head
み
reproachfully.
のりにはもう少し時間が必要なんだと思う。
だってもう3ヶ月よ。なんなのよあれ。付き合ってるこっちが変になりそうよ。
俺だってわからない。わかるはずもないと思う。お前だって想像つくか？あんなひどい形で家族全員を奪われて平気でいられるわけないよ。
It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. For a while, it had looked as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life.
見舞いに行った時なんてもっとひどかったじゃないか。誰が誰かもわからずに怯えて暴れてベッドに縛り付けられて。よくあそこまで立ち直ってくれたと思う。
それにしたって変よ、咲坂くん。私たちのこと見る目つき、あれ何なの？まるでこ…
よせ、オミ。
Koji says forcefully, probably less out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who deserves sympathy. Who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider than she would have had he treated their relationship casually. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released after 50 days that seemed an eternity, he was somehow different. She's starting to doubt that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. I mean, I can imagine if he had an accident not even a week later. Dr. Tanbo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient.
その後の経過はどうですか、咲坂さん。
いえ、別段。これといって問題もなく。
His voice is hard and flat, his words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoku is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world.
吐き気やめまい、幻聴や幻覚といった体験は？
いえ、何も。
While Sakisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, when in truth, it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside.
咲坂さん、あなたが当院で受けた処置は脳神経医学の分野では世界的に最先端の治療でした。そのことはご存知ですよね。
Treatment of subdural hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. It pools blood between the brain ends. That's what I thought it was. Huh. I know the common treatment for it. It's I believe they usually cut open your skull and remove the hematoma. Or that might be more extreme cases, but yeah.
最先端であるということは、まだまだデータの出揃っていない 危険性の伴う治療法だったという意味でもあります。
But subdural hematomas are actually the reason why if you hit your head, especially like if you faint or something like that, you should get seen. Because you want to get checked for concussions or what's called a subdural hematoma, which is essentially blood pools in the area around the brain, and it creates pressure, which can cause brain damage. So it's obviously a medical emergency if it happens, because it could literally kill your brain, which would kill you, naturally. Oh, shoot.
そうでしょうね。
Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but is gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning.
普通こんなことを言って脅かすのは医者として問題なんですが、施術後に重大な脳障害をきたしたケースも報告されているんです。予後の経過には十分に注意しなければなりません。
先週の MRI はどうでした？
Saki Sakura asks abruptly as if to catch Ryoku off guard. Ryoko. I keep saying Ryoku. It's Ryoko. MRI, magnetic resonance imagery, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile. That's not uncommon technical knowledge. I think most people know what an MRI is anymore.
そういえばあなたも医者の卵だったわね。
先生が心配しているような脳機能不全は画像診断だけでも十分にわかるはずですよね。
いいえ。
There was nothing, not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior. Some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do as long as he refuses to explain it.
大丈夫ですよ先生。現に僕は今こうして病院の外でも何不自由なく生活しています。問題なんてないでしょ。
ねえ咲坂さん、こういった難しい手術は予後不断が原則なんです。もう少し。
そうですよね。僕だって先生方を信用したい。どんな相談にも乗ってもらえるんですか？
ええ、もちろん。
Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asks exactly the same question during last week's visit.
じゃあ、先週の話の続きなんですか？先生、あれから。
Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone he has no business
大
knowing.
貝教授のことは、あなたの治療とは何の関係もないでしょ？
信頼しろと言った矢先にいきなり隠し事ですか？
Yoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that the other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect.
何分、だいぶ前にここを辞められた方ですからね。私個人としても交流があったわけではないし。
辞めた理由はご存知ない。
ええ、おそらく個人的な事情でしょうね。
Ryoko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face.
それにしても、咲坂さん、なぜあなたはそんなに大貝教授にこだわるんです？お知り合いですか？
教授は今失踪中なんです。知ってましたか？
いいえ。
Ryoko realizes her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised.
近頃教授の身内の人間と懇意にしていましてね。その人から調査を頼まれているんです。
A relative? Ryoko considers this with a
大
frown.
貝教授に縁者の方はおられないはずですが。
Hello? Hello? I don't know if y'all heard this, but a certain kitten just started screaming. Oh, hi. Did you want some attention, honey? Yes. Aww. Come here. Oh, that's not the kind of attention you wanted, okay.
おお、誰から聞きました？
Hey. And she goes right behind me to her mom to try to nurse on her mom and bug her mom until she lets her nurse. Mind you, Mama doesn't produce anything, so there's no point in it. And honestly, Mama gets annoyed with it too. I get annoyed at the freaking sounds she makes. I do not like the sounds they make. So freaking noisy when they do it.
それは噂話に。
Ryoko replies, remembering that she claimed to have had no contact with the man.
そんなことが噂になる程度には、大貝教授。
まあ、一風変わった人だったみたいですね。
なのに、誰も彼が大学を辞めた理由を知らないと。
Ryoko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little.
僕はどうしても大貝教授に会わなきゃならないんです。彼がいなくなったせいで、行く当てがなくなり困っている子がいるんです。
それはむしろ警察の領分なんじゃないかしら。
Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, this suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. Oh. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai?
Sakisaka-san, 私の知っている範囲のことは喜んでお教えします。
I'm gonna be
です
right
が、
back.
大貝教授は今年の4月に辞表を出して、以後は何の音信もないんです。
Ari decided to try to take over my chair and didn't realize I muted the fucking mic. She's been over here talking to literally no one the past 2 minutes.
Me talking to the wall.
It's hilarious.
I said some funny things too.
Wait, what the does...
Huh?
Oh my god! The camera keeps trying to pick you up instead of me somehow. There we go.
Go down. Get out of the fucking room.
It's fucking weird.
Get out.
Fuck.
Get out. Get out of the fucking room.
Mary keeps coming into the room and she doesn't like the other cats, so she'll come in here, which is the other cat's
Get out.
territory, and cause fights with the other cats because she's mad that they're in here with her.
Get out.
And it's like, Mary, you know this is the kittens in Mama's room.
It's more like she's fucking in here because of me. And it's
Why
like,
don't you just pick her up and leave?
I wanted to come and bother the chat. That's what
Ow.
I came in here to cause problems.
Well, there's only like 2 people here, both of whom I think are lurking.
Oh.
It's Drake, and then I know Toby is lurking because it's horror.
Okay, well, I'm going
Hmm.
to pick Mary. I don't understand why she just fucking follows me. Like,
Because she wants attention.
come on. Here. Big ass cat.
Leave the door a bit cracked for the kittens. Yeah, I just come in here and Harry's saying like, and my voice got a lot softer, trying to pretend to be me.
どこか長期の旅行にでも行かれたか。その点
そうですか。
Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes progress good on Sakisaka's chart for today.
崎坂さん、それでは来週の診察ですが、今日と同じ4時でも。
Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone. It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course, and to the creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know, intellectually, that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T universities, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's some form of agnosia unlike anything that has ever been studied before. The flesh beast called Tembo Ryoko said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and that I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. Of course it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there is a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl.
おかえり。
Oh, this is Seiya, I'm assuming. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell, human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory.
ただいまさや。
Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house, with Seiya, am I so privileged.
遅かったね。ちょっと心配しちゃったぞ。
ごめんよ。今日は病院に寄っていく日だったから。
ああ、そうだっけ。
In her smile and the inquisitive tilt of her head is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've... Artemis, what are you doing? Oh, you got a spring? Oh. You have some cat toys scattered around the room. Oh, shoot. That one's buried under a box. Sometimes the kitties were bad at them. One of them's like a little plastic like coil. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality, but even so, her form is undeniably human. And it's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her chest. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet feminine fragrance. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my five senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she is my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me
今日は
alive.
一日どうしてた？
今の模様替え、もう半分ぐらい塗り終わったよ。で、今はね、文のりの晩ご飯作ってるの。昼間って、
そうか。楽しみだな。
もうちょっと時間かかりそうなの。待っててくれる？
いいよ。じゃあ、僕は今の続きをやってる。
After I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find, and Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. We first started on the living room, Saya unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I'd want to see, and as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything
ご
of
飯
it.
できたよ。
こっちで食べよう。持ってきてくれるか？
As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air.
ペンキの匂い、平気？
Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me though, there are far worse smells
さあ
outside.
嫌いかい？
平気。文のりが大丈夫ならいい。
Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any
いただ
different.
きます。
As has become a routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show said. It's just that my taste buds can't accept it.
美味しくない？
She asks hesitantly.
まあね。
Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition.
気にしないで。明日はまた別のものを作ってあげるから。
ごめんな、いつも。せっかく作ってくれたのに。
いいのよ。こうやっていろいろ試していけば、いつか文のりでも美味しく食べられるメニューが見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I?
さやは食べないの？
私はもう済ましたから。
She's dead, isn't she? In all the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue, not when she's putting up with all the problems I have.
そういえば、今日もう一度病院で君のお父さんのこと聞いてみた。
パパの
Dr. Ogai Masahiko is Saya's father, and her only living relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his
やっ
disappearance.
ぱり何も教えてくれない。何か隠している雰囲気なんだが。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead. I expected Saya to be a little more disappointed.
心配じゃないのかい、お父さんのこと。
そういうわけじゃないの。
It responds with an unreadable expression. She gives a little shake of her head and smiles at me once again.
ありがとう、海のり。
君はそれ以上のことを僕のためにしてくれるんだ。
I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite.
じゃあ、お風呂にする？
まあ、また背中流してくれるか。
Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own wife. Saya, why are you so good to me? Is this truly what you want? What am I that you can give yourself to me body and soul? Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me, the exile from society? Is that enough for you to surrender yourself to such mad desire? Are you so wanton? Saya is here. She is with me now. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am joined with her can I believe. No matter how cruel fate might await me, Saya, there is nothing I fear more than losing you.
海のり、泣いてるの？
I realize that my cheeks are wet with
どう
tears.
してなんださよ。なぜ僕にここまでしてくれる。
海のり。
わからないんだ。わからないのに僕だけがどんどん君に惹かれていく。君なしじゃ耐えられなくなっていく。
I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart.
どうすれば君を失わずにいられる。僕は何をすればいい。どうやって君に報いればいい。
こうやって抱いて
Saya whispers into my chest.
海のりに抱いてもらうの大好き。だから私は海のりから離れたりしない。
なぜ僕なんだ。
それはね、
She says softly, gazing up into my eyes.
それは
Alone.
さやも一人ぼっちだったから。
Sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There's a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless
だから
affection.
さやにも海のりしかいないの。この世でただ一人だけ私を抱きしめてくれる大好きな
Now I know.
海のり。
No matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I'll ever need is Saya. I'm pretty sure it's Saya. I kinda like saying it's Saya though. Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. Yo's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it is rarely difficult for Yo to find the seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it is easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. Classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there is still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her back over to herself. Fuminori is out the door the moment class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Action. Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him.
何か
He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now that they are face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should, afraid. Even though... He definitely looks more tense than he should. Afraid, even. Though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her heart.
お話があるんです。ちょっといいですか?
The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
話って何?
Don't you remember? Yo almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure.
咲坂さん、最近ちょっと様子が変です。見て。
そうかもね。まあ、あんな目にあった後だから。
He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace farther away from her than he used to.
本当にそれだけなんですか?
君にはそれだけじゃないように見えるのかい?
Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone.
何か我慢してるみたいに見えます。
Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come as they may.
どうしようもないものを無理して壊れそうになるほど頑張って我慢してるみたいに。今の咲坂さんはそう見えます。
そうかい。
Fuminori mutters through clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today, at least, she won't back down.
友達ってこんな時のためにいると思うんです。
Trying to convey the sincerity in her feelings for her.
ご家族のことは本当に残念だったと思います。でも咲坂さんは一人ぼっちじゃありません。トノ君や大見ちゃんや、それに私がいます。
Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they will be lost forever.
一人で背負い込んだりしなくても、私たちで何とかできることだってあると思うんです。たとえ何もできないにしても、話してさえくれれば、あなたが少しでも楽になるかもしれない。私、咲坂さんの力になりたいんです。他のみんなも同じ気持ちだと。
やめてくれ!
Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's entreaty. Promises herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger, but any other warm-blooded emotion. It is hate, murderously cold hate.
そういえば君には一つ返事しなきゃいけない要件があったね。
He remembers. He remembers, and still he has treated her so coldly. This is all the answer she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well
僕は
die.
君のことをとりわけ特別に意識したことなんてなかった。 君にこう僕が君のことどう思ってるのか正直な気持ちが自分でもわからなかったから。
咲坂さん。
でもね、今ではもうはっきりと答えが出てる。あれ、筑波さん、僕はあんたのことが大嫌いだ。顔も見た
Oh no! Don't cry, Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her
もう
eyes.
二度と会いたくないっていうのは無理だね。同じ学校に通ってるんだし。だからせめて今後は僕に声をかけないでくれないか。
Yo whispers in shock and despair. Look, Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
君さ、少しは頭を冷やした方が良かったんだよ。自分一人でのぼせてる分には勝手だけどさ、他人を巻き込むなって言うんだ。
That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows.
あいつ。
Throughout the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away.
どうしちまったんだかな、あいつは。
Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There's no question now that the accident changed him.
ねえコージ、このまま放っておくつもり？
放っておきたくないにしたって俺たちに何ができる？
覗き見よりマシなことよ。あたし、咲坂くんに一言言ってやらなきゃ気が済まないわ。
それで筑波の気が晴れるってもんでもないだろうに。
だったらあたしのキーだけでも晴らすわよ。
Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural.
あたし、咲坂くんと二人だけで話してみたいわ。コージは
本気かよ。
その代わり、ヨウのことを見ていてあげて。あの子、泣き終わった後で、誰かの優しさが必要になると思う。
なあ、それって俺とお前の役回りが逆じゃないのか？
あたしみたいな性格だとね、慰め役は無理。励ますつもりで。
なるほど、納得いった。
あ、嫌な言い方。
じゃあまあ、そっちはほどほどにしとけよな。
Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I've finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later. Having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people, there was no way I could hope to maintain the relationship that I'd had before the accident. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses into my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I didn't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest, though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were using us as entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing to their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there's no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Seiya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and home saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. When I regained consciousness in the T University hospital world, the world was as dark as it is now. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. Must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. Chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awaking in what can only be described as hell, I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bed sheets, the fragrance of my get-well flowers, all became as unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when the doctors' voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second I could live in this new world. At least not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares of my dreams and the nightmare of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room. Next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm-like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, a lovely little nose, all things I had never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently. She asked, looking at the clock. I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost. I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend.
誰だいなぜここに
私はサヤ。パパのこと探しに来たの。
Hi, kitty. I assumed that she was the daughter of a late shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital.
あなた、 怖がらないんじゃつまらない。
ちょっと。
I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next.
何？
Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Through the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence.
女の子にお願いしていいことじゃないんだが、今君にしか頼めない。
No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they will.
手を握らせてもらえないだろうか。
Saya looked confused at first, but then she smiled like she'd found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun.
変な人。そんなこと言い出
She
したの。
said,
あなたが
holding out her
初めて
slender white hand. Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back on the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I was saved from my
この
fate.
半月の間に初めて人に触れた。
は？
他の人じゃダメなんだ。僕事故に遭ってその後遺症らしいんだけど、人が人の姿に見えないんだよ。
One sec. Okay, sorry, I had to fix something.
本当に不思議な人。あなたって面白い。
She said, grinding her fingers gently around mine.
あ、そりゃもういいのか。
大丈夫よ。夜は私のものだから。
She's a ghost. And so our rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
これだけ広いと隠れる場所には事欠かないから。
Answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. She had been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he'd suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he worked. And there she'd lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the while.
学校には行かなくていいのかい。
いいの。勉強は全部パパに教えてもらったから。さやはとっても頭がいいんだよ。
She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many may have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in a world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society.
危なくないのか。見つかりそうになったことは。
全然平気。ここにいれば食べるものにも不自由しないし、パパのうちに入院してる患者さんたちのうち、ちょっと精神的に参ってそうな人
Continue grinning mischievously.
部屋に真夜中に忍び込んで脅かしたりするの。その人が大騒ぎしても、そういう
Oh, that is cruel!
受けたりしないから。
That is fucking cruel!
結局は悪い夢ってことで片付けられちゃうし。
Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these halls? I am gonna actually save. I haven't saved yet.
じゃあ僕も最初はそのつもりで。
うん。ごめんね。怒った？
While her pranks were hardly praiseworthy, I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together.
もうやらない方がいい。その代わり夜は僕の話し相手になってくれないか。
さやもその方が楽しい。
With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctors stunned. On the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her,
君はこれからもずっとこの病院に居続けるのかい?
Yo, I like that better.
Mm. 結局パパの手がかりはなかったけど、もう他にいるところもないし。
Oh, whoops, did not mean to hit that.
バレそうになるまではいいかなって。
Wait, this is normal data. Oh, yeah, this is Q save. Okay.
よかったら僕の家に来ないか?
Question took all the courage I had.
家族はもういないから部屋はいくらでも余ってる。人目を忍ぶような必要もないし、住み心地もそんなに悪くないんじゃないかと。
ずっとふみのりと一緒に暮らすの？
I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered to
君の
deal.
父さんのことは代わりに僕が探してあげる。約束するよ。必ず居場所を見つけて。
難しいと思うよ。
Saya said, looking a little
多
embarrassed.
分パパ、何か悪いことをしてこの病院を辞めたんだと思う。だから警察とかは困るの。なるべくこっそりと探さなきゃいけないし。
頑張るよ。どんなことだってやる。僕は
Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth.
離れたくないんだ。
At first she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence she said,
少しだけ考えさせて。
That night she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my relief, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling, celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts calling themselves Koji, Oni, and Yo came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times before my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amid the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I'd lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place that I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and looked in the yard where I had spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I had once called home was now a whole other world.
僕にはもう帰る場
I
所なんて
whispered,
ない。
with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed a tangled mass of worm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said,
本当にここにいてもいいの？
I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Saya did not resist. When she arrives at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten really fucking into this. Oh, this is fucking good. Oh, I love Nitro Plus. I need to get into their other games. She arrives at the Sakisaka house. Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard that she can see from the outside gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is growing wild, and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't just look untended, it looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guessed that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? Couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third, and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power has been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides to just open the door and go in shouting, and if the door is locked, she'll just have to. Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. What is that smell? As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowboy bell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly a moment later. Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human, yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine. She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There is no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet, flopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she's just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there, not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then what was that voice just now? Anger has vanished as if it were never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. Finds rooms to both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to it lies a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. Perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Ooh, and where did they go? Something is wrong. Who was cooking here, and where did they go? Is anyone here? Oh shit, I didn't mean to read that all. Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away covered with viscous olive green slime like the filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. When she looks back ruefully way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. The kitchen must be where the strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den. As she expected from the closed storm shutters, it's pitch black inside. Omi wants nothing more than to flee this house, but that would mean turning her back to the darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It is too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. Slides her hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch. Finding it much sooner than she expected, she flips it on like it's her last hope. The colors. The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors and more that cannot be described covered every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck. Her hand flies to her neck, where it's greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life, Omi looks up. The predator clinging to the sitting, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. But by the time she feels any of this, Oni has already gone mad. Oh, fuck. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I enter the yard, I realize that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping out into the hallway, and I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. Oh! Is the only thing he can stand to eat like carnage now? Does carnage smell good to him now? At first I am surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered with what looks to be some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell, and there are fruit or vegetable-like balls of varying size scattered everywhere.
Saya.
No, they did say Saya. Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly, like a child caught at some prey.
何を食べてるんだい?
これはその
Stammers so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she has never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed.
一ついいかな?
Scoop up the closest fruit-like thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. Has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with the sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted.
何か味付けとか調理してあるのかこれ?
調理ってほどのことはさばいてからちょっと溶かして食べやすくしただけでほとんど
I pick up a different lump, this one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has a similar taste to the last one.
ねえ大丈夫？
僕でも食べられる味だ。っていうよりうまいよ。
そうなの？
First Saya looks dumbstruck, then she bursts out laughing.
そうなんだ。ふみのりもこういうのが好きだったんだ。なあ。
さやっていつもこういうものを食べてたのか。
こんな大物は久しぶりだけどね。近所の公園とかで取ってくれるやつ。
She eats children! I kind of want to clip that. Give me a second. I'm gonna need this. Hopefully you can't hear this now. Wait, how the fuck? Can I clip from my own stream? There we go. I think I've gotten it. Something? Oh, hey, Drag. Sorry, I was just clipping She Eats Children.
You were just clipping She Eats Children.
Cause that was, I'm not gonna lie, I found that fucking hilarious. I'm like, I'm gonna clip it. There's no one else to clip it, I'm gonna do it myself.
Alright. But like, did you hear the Discord notification?
Yes, that weird ass sound.
Yeah, that bass boost.
Okay, now turn these back
We're having
on.
a good day. How's you?
Oh, not gonna lie, that took me by surprise.
I'm glad.
Okay, everything is
That-
back
that-
on.
that's
Yep.
great. That's great.
There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but, well, of course, they only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
ごめんね。一番美味しいところはさっきさやが全部食べちゃった。
She eats people! Oh!
She does
It's,
a little numbers. It's just a little
It's-
nibble. They're not gonna.
I didn't
miss it.
expect it. I even expected, her. I kind of expected it to turn out that she's, like, a grotesque monster, like he's seeing all the humans as. Like, everything that looks human to him looks like these grotesque monsters, but if something looks like a grotesque monster, it looks human to him.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. The fact she's eating people does. And the fact that that's the only thing he's able to eat is actual humans is, wow.
Well, I mean, he does have a neurological disorder now caused by brain damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, also,
I just didn't
from
expect it.
Yeah, from your hematoma comment a while back. Yeah, the common way for that is just burr-hole surgery, so you're right.
Unless it's, it can congeal like that, and then they do a different kind of surgery. They actually have to open your skull up and remove the hematoma. It's only if it's
like
still
you said,
liquid.
Usually,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's only if it's still liquid they can do a burr hole.
Yeah. I mean, it's still draining and cutting open the cranium, so I don't see very big of a difference.
I've actually seen a surgery where they removed a subdural hematoma that had congealed, and they had to cut open her skull, and then they used saline to basically rinse it and take the blood out.
Yeah. No, what
and then
what
they
I'm
had
saying
to
is,
stop
like,
the bleed, of course.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying jokingly is, like, there's no difference. It's still like you're removing blood. It's just, are you removing hot jam or cool jam? Because, you know, jam cools and congeals.
Yeah.
Either way,
also, the size of the hole they have to do is a lot different. Because if it's congealed, they have to basically remove the entire top of your head. They have to remove your skull to actually get it all out.
Yeah.
That's an intense neurosurgery. I guess it could also vary depending on where the hematoma is, but I think it's pretty much the same most places.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
And then you ask a surgeon from India and he tells you of a secret 15th way.
Seiya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone, and it makes the food taste better too.
まだまだいっぱいあるし、食べきれない分は冷やせば2、3日は大丈夫だよ。ちょっと味は。
じゃあ早めに片付けておこうか。
Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Seiya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that, little by little, I'm starting to regain the joy of living. Seiya will guide me. With her, I can live on. I wonder, what is Seiya?
Yes.
True Scary Stories, Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. A medical student relates his shocking experiences. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was that they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of strange cats around the campus looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared, and it wasn't that they'd stopped coming. It was more like they'd vanished from the area entirely. Oh, she was eating cats, too? I guess it makes sense. Maybe it's just... It's not necessarily just humans she has to eat.
I mean, it's more of a lack of morality in that sense. It's just food sourced to her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's not human.
What? No, she's just a normal girl. Look at her innocent face.
Oh yeah, she probably had your pronouns.
Oh yeah, it's not like that's important.
Oh. Oh, I guess you're not important now. Okay.
Great. I have been promoted to chopped liver.
I will eat. Just so bad to say in this fucking context. Wait, did someone clip something too?
I didn't clip anything.
It says 2 clips were made. What? Wonder what the other clip was. boy. The cat suddenly disappeared, and then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Hey.
Listen to her goofy ass. She sounds like she's going yo 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 yo.
Craig's making fun of your laugh.
Oh. Thanks. I make fun of it too. I say I sound so fucking stupid.
No, you don't. Stop calling yourself stupid. Wait, that was your tit. Oops.
Wow.
Did you punch her tit or something?
No, I went to grab her and accidentally grabbed her tit instead of her arm like I intended.
I went back.
Accidentally
and that's why you-
faced
Oh, I was trying to grab her face and she freaking arched back, so I ended up grabbing the tit instead. So it was her fault.
That's a likely alibi.
Wow.
Oh, hush.
Wow, the toxic.
Oh,
Hold up.
just got,
Thanks for making fun of my laugh. Hear me?
Hey, stop making fun of my fiance's laugh.
Stop it.
I had to
I'm
send
allowed
it
to make fun of it, but you're not. I mean,
should.
what?
Very good.
Did you just send her fucking voice?
She knows what it is. She knows what it's supposed to be.
It's them making fun of your laugh.
It is, asshole. And here I thought I went all over the years keeping my laugh to myself because of trauma, and here you are, really fucking messing it up. Hope you feel.
Re-traumatizing my poor fiance, Mimi.
I know I sound like SpongeBob,
More like Goofy.
honey. You sound like, honey. Don't make me follow you. Please.
No, don't.
Don't follow me.
I just said your laugh was sounding more like it than SpongeBob.
I believe you out of love. You can take it. Shut the fuck up, chick.
Oh,
Shut up.
hi, Buffy. But yeah, what playing a game where the person turns out the only way he can eat food is by eating like raw gore, and he doesn't realize he's currently eating a person.
Womp womp.
And they served all the they just stored all the extra in the fridge, and it's literally one of his friends, and he doesn't know it's his friend.
Womp womp.
Like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting that twist.
Oof, that sucks, bro. Sounds like something. I was gonna ask a question, but I think you're in stream.
Yeah, I'm in stream.
Oh.
I'm still streaming this game because it's actually really fucking good.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
my-
if I use code words, no one will strike me.
Huh?
Would you get, I'm drawing this, soft stuff. Would you get, marks if you still did soft yoinky swanky, if you know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're talking about anything in SFW.
Yeah.
Like sexual, yeah. Anything sexual is not allowed on Twitch.
That's why I said yoinky swanky. What the fuck?
Oh, you can say the words, but just you can't like depict it at all. Or make noises like it's happening.
Shit, man.
Twitch is a fucking Puritan, I know. But at least we're allowed to mention it.
At least we can, can I still say, like, dick and
Not too much, but probably yes.
I was gonna say,
Don't be graphic with the description of anything sexual.
I was just gonna say the serotonin thing. Oh, shit.
Oh, I wish I had serotonin instead of this huge cock. It's a fucking meme that she found and we've been repeating it all the time.
That's
One
what I
time we were
said.
in the women's bathroom in a mall, and she didn't realize there were other people in there with us, and she said that out loud, and I know the other people heard.
I was thinking it, you don't while doing it too. So it was like a double. It was menace to society.
I was just hearing my fiance vacuum evacuate their bowels in the public restroom. And then I hear that, and I hear 2 other pairs of clothing shuffling, because I can hear, like, when people's clothing moves, you can hear it. And I knew there was at least 2 other people in there with it by the sound of their clothing. She couldn't hear it. So she just said that in the women's restroom out loud.
Man,
I am very.
that
And
kid
then
ain't
just
right.
me dying laughing like, Aaron, you shouldn't say that in the bathroom.
And I hear, and I was,
There's other people in here.
I was like, oh shit. I should have made it worse and say sorry, guys.
Fuck, I'm getting overheated.
I come in here and I make everything. I get everything off the rail. I make everything worse. Oh shit, it's tracking me again.
Ah!
Oh no.
What the fuck? Stop stealing my tracking.
No.
Sorry, you can probably hear the AC. Let me fix that. Oh, actually my noise cancellation is actually working pretty well. Okay.
Yeah, I only heard the beep.
Shit just.
Yep, it does that when it's first starting because it shocks the power grid.
Anyway, I'm going to go since I got art finished.
Yeah, and I have a game to play. That's actually really fucking good.
I can't even mess with it. Like usually.
Playing gore games, our favorite hobby.
Hell yeah. I buy fucking Greg. Take my SpongeBob ass.
Oh, that was funny.
Eventually things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that. People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. Oh. Okay, so she was stealing organs from the hospital.
What? No, what you mean? She's innocent.
They're saying that there was something living in the
It
hospital.
was borrowed.
The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night. Traces of something that crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same night the patients woke screaming.
wow,
fuck, my alarm started going off. It was my alarm to take my meds, my night meds.
Oh, it was your alarm.
Yeah. I was like, why is there suddenly a violin going? I'm so
Yeah, like
fucking hurt.
I had you streamed down by a little bit on my end, so I was like, wait, this is a Newton feature in this section. Like, I haven't played this in a while, but it was one of my favorite VNs that I discovered early.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful game.
Oh,
Fucked
I
up
like
and
it so much, so much. This is like me discovering games like Lamento and Dramatical Murders when I was young.
Yeah.
Which are very inappropriate for a young teen to be playing, but,
I mean, you already knew what you were getting into with Nitro plus Chiral, you know? You just stepped up to the parent company.
well, yeah, with this, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dramatical Murders, I was expecting some of the fucked up things that happened, definitely.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, more like after the fact. It's like, this is just kind of stuff
Yeah.
that you should have been expecting from the jump anyways.
Yeah, no, I knew. Not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting it to start that quick. Like, that's the only thing that really got me, is how, like, you just jump right into it. That took me by surprise. Not the gore itself.
This stuff punches you in the gut early on. It makes you painfully aware of what's gonna happen.
Yeah, does Chaos Child or any of those have a similar starting off? Because I know Chaos Head and Chaos Child are also both about, like, insanity.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Chaos Head and Chaos Child. Do they have, like, a similar start to where it's very gory like that?
Yeah, in some cases. Like, it still starts off relatively tame, but that doesn't mean like the details in and of itself is not very jarring, to put it lightly. Like it's still
Okay,
very much
but it's not like you don't get
horror.
jumped into gore immediately.
Not outright. They keep it a little bit more tame than this, I will admit. But yes, some of the details get really fucked up really fast. But
Okay.
not so much from the jump.
I want to get those 2 games to play on stream too.
Yeah, those are
Honestly, I
much
want to get most of
more-
Nitro Plus's works, since I already have
Yeah,
Nitro and Kairos. I want them to get an official English translation of Lamento so fucking bad. Oh my god. I am itching for there to be an official English translation for Lamento. Just itching so bad. Like, they did Sweet Pool, they did Togai no Nochi, and they did, Dramatic Murders, but, like, Lamento is one of their most popular, I think, games. And, alongside Dramatic Murders, I'd say Lamento is probably the next popular. Sweet Pool was, like, barely even heard of. I don't know why they chose to translate that officially before trying for Lamento. It genuinely confuses me, because, like, they would have gotten so many more sales out of Lamento than they would have Sweet Pool, even though I like Sweet Pool, too. It's also very
They
fucked
didn't
up.
have the same reception in Japan, so they were probably testing the waters with the outside as well as testing
See,
how they translate.
The English translation group had people who've been in the fandom, and they actually worked to, like, buy some of the translation and stuff that they did from people who did the fan translations. Like, they worked with fan translators, so they should have known
Yeah.
what was popular in the fan community, you know? But Lamento is also one of their longest games, so that might also be why. Sweet Pool is very short and sweet. Lamento is a very long game.
And that's why I'm making that note that they probably didn't want to risk so much, because it would have been much more production value put into that.
Yeah. Honestly, if you've seen, like, bits of Nitro, if you've seen bits of Dramatical Murders and you liked it, highly recommend getting the English, like, the official translation, because if people do buy it, then they might encourage them to eventually put the money down to translate Lamento, and I really want that. Like, get all the games you want to and can, if you can, because I want the translation company to get money.
Nice.
I've been having my eye on the Chaos Head.
Yeah, I'm wanting to get Chaos Head and Chaos Child. And play those on stream as well. Because they do have Steam versions.
Yeah, they have a dual pack right there. They have a dual pack on Steam.
Yeah.
It comes with both games.
Yeah, but I don't have the money right now. I am very tight financially.
Broke bitch mountain.
Yeah, I have like $50 to my name at the moment. Very broke bitch.
Very.
And I had to miss like 2 days of work because of Halloween, and then also had to miss because the FSSA decided to fuck up my paperwork really fucking bad, and I had to go in person to fix it. And they also then I had a massive meltdown, so that was fun.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for them to finish like looking through all the paperwork, because they might have fucked it up so bad that in my stuff for food stamps, they may have also lost me my insurance. In December, I might not have insurance anymore because of how badly they fucked up.
That's horrible.
Mm-hmm. And all of this was only because I needed food stamps to help with finances. The food stamp section of the administration fucked up the paperwork that bad that they may have lost me my insurance.
That's amazing.
And also lied to me, because they told me that, oh yeah, I could submit all this documentation even after the case is closed. They didn't tell me it had to be in person. You could only submit it, like, in person through fax or, I think, mail. I don't have a mailbox, and I don't have a way to fax, so it was like, what the fuck? And then it takes 2 weeks for them to make their decision. Like, Before, it wouldn't have taken that long. They didn't tell me it would also be a 2-week delay. And if they don't get it done by December, I lose my fucking insurance. Like, I am beyond fucking pissed right now.
Oh no, I'm with you.
There's one last story, one that you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. These strange incidents suddenly stopped toward the end of summer. Now there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. But yeah, if I don't hear back from the FSSA, I'm thinking I might call my surgeon and cancel my surgery until like maybe summer, because I don't know if I'll have insurance at the time my surgery is scheduled.
Well,
And I was just like, fuck.
well, I would say just wait until the final determination, or if it gets too close.
Well, yeah, my surgery is beginning of December, which is why I'm giving it another week. But I don't want to, like, have it the week before and I have to cancel on the surgeon. I'd rather them have time to schedule someone else, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it.
So it might be better for me to do it during the summer anyway, after I've moved and everything. And then I can have more time to prepare again.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
It just
that's
means
smart.
at the end of next week I might end up canceling the donathon. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
This is the third day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report.
あいつのことだからな。何事もなかったみたいにひょっこり顔出しそうな気もするんだが。
Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there are only 2.
ねえ、トノくん、もう一度考えてみようよ。どこかオミちゃんの行きそうな場所に心当たり。
いや、一通りは確かめたしな。
He's hiding where she went. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period.
じゃあ、俺行くわ。
Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. But both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. What the hell is Fuminori doing? Oh, this is sad. When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way. Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility. That Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. Oh, Fuminori doesn't know that he's... Oh, that... Oh. Oh, that's dark. He doesn't know he literally ate one of his friends.
Isn't it beautiful? It's so fucked up.
Oh, it's so fucked up. Oh, I love Nitro Plus. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love their writing. It's so fucked.
Yeah, and like I said, they make it painfully aware. They make you painfully aware of what's going on early.
Yeah,
And it helps to really stick in like just how twisted it is by the end. So good.
I need to show you in private sometime. Lamento. What was his name? Asuka? No. One second. Shut the door. No. Okay. Acetal. Yeah, it was acetal. His bad in because it's really good, but it's fucked up. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination, only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Not wanting to get still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. Oh. He is such a good friend. Oh my god. Kinda makes it hurt more.
Oh, he is too innocent for this world.
Like, the sad thing is that Fuminori doesn't even know. Like,
I
holy
know.
fuck.
I know, isn't it beautiful?
Damn.
And like, I will tell you, right? I never played Chaos Head, I'm just aware of the general story, right? Because it links up heavily with Chaos Child, you know?
Yeah, I haven't played either. I'm still going through Steins Gate, which is also part of that same series.
Yeah, but like, and just to like give you the lowdown, like what to expect, they repeat this sort of formula in those games where there is where there's someone that is involved in the situation and they don't know how they're actually involved, or they don't realize that they're actually on the wrong side of it. Like, I'm just keeping it vague enough, but I'm telling you, like, this formula.
Yeah, the same psychological element.
Similar. It's so beautiful how they write it each time. I am not going to lie.
Yeah. This is it makes really good psychological horror that involves, like, hallucinations and, like, psychosis.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I have a cat making a lot of noise in the background I keep hearing.
Yeah.
He's, like, playing with something.
Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, boy.
And, like, Chaos Child 2, you can play the game multiple times because during the first time it gives you like the neutral story, right? And then you can actually make your decisions on like, do you want to have better mindset on this thing or a worse mindset, so you can really explore just how screwed up the world can get. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. So it gives you kind of like, you can choose the psychosis to a degree.
Yeah, they give you the influence of the psychosis, but it's still like you do get those moments where you realize, oh, this is so much more insidious than it presents itself.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Kind of like.
I love their writing. I love their writing.
Oh, why do you think I like the studio?
Because
I talk about them all the
gay.
time. They've been a hyperfixation of mine for years. Because they're so
Well,
fucking good at, like, this kind of horror. Like, I need to show you more of Sweet Pool, too, because it kind of... It doesn't do the same thing, but it definitely dives into, like, body horror.
yeah. Oh, body horror is... it's so difficult to get really good body horror.
Theirs isn't so much body horror in that sense. It's more like the horror of watching changes in your body that you don't know what the cause of, but no one can explain or, like, you can't do anything about.
No, yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, it's so hard to get good ones. Like, everyone thinks of just like the monstrosities, right? Like suddenly there's a gaping mouth in you, but like really good body horror is like much more of a psychological aspect to me, where it's like you're questioning everything and there's nothing else
Yeah.
to do but question it.
Yeah, kind of like, you have no mouth, but you must scream. Where I have no mouth, but I must scream.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
I like, see, this is, Sweet Pool almost, like, it, I guess almost dips into, like, a very, like, AFAB kind of body horror to a degree, in, like, if you've experienced, like, menstruation, the main character's, like, a big part of what happens to him is very analogous to menstruation. Like, the blood, the gross factor of it, that kind of thing.
Oh, that's
And
crazy.
it's so good. I need to show you more of it, definitely.
Mhm.
Would
Yeah,
not
I
recommend
just
it to
thought you
someone. There's other elements of the story that I would not recommend to most people because of the elements are very bad, but I love the storytelling. It's just like there's huge trigger warnings for it.
Oh yeah, they get into some very intense topics.
I love this intensity though. Like, this intensity is what makes me feel alive. Like, these are my favorite kinds of intensity. I watched Ginger Snap the other day with Ari, which, mind you, the last time I watched this show, I was like a child.
Wow.
Ginger Snap is a very gory werewolf movie. About a girl who gets bit on her period and she starts turning into a werewolf. And, it's dark too. And also started rewatching Super Jail, which is another show I watched as a kid. I was like 8 years old watching Super Jail, and I'm watching it, I'm like, oh my god, this is all so fucking trippy. Trippy and gory as shit. Harry just looked at, like, I was talking with Harry, and she's like, you know what? The fact you watched these as a kid explains so much. And I'm just like, what? What do you mean by that? How comfortable I am with the fucked up kind of thing. Because I was watching horror, like, I was like 7 years old.
Yeah.
I also saw some horrifying shit on Facebook when I was young.
Yeah,
Like,
that was the age of really grisly sites like ogreish and shit. There was a lot more things you could get away with posting on the internet at that point, and it was
this
terrifying.
was some of it was like on Facebook. This was stuff that wasn't supposed to be posted, and would get flagged, but I'd see it before it got flagged because the bots weren't that great at catching it.
Yeah, and that's why I mean, because it's like,
yeah, because people I'd see sometimes on my feed like
an actual while for it to actually kick in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd see like scenes of torture on my feed and stuff, and it was like, that would disturb me, and I'd always report it, of course, because like I don't want to see that shit. But like it definitely gave me a familiarity more so than I like. Like, I am very... It takes a lot to phase me. The thing that does really phase me is once something, I realize it's actual real. Like, if it's happening to actual people and this isn't, like, say, a movie or, like, horror. Alrighty. Sorry, this is very dark.
Yeah.
But it's very dark. That's kind of the barrier for me. Like, if it's, I know it's fake, like, if it's, like, a movie, if it's a game, something like that, I don't like the fucked up. But once it crosses into, like, these are actual people getting affected.
I don't know.
Okay. Sorry, I'm talking with Drake real quick. I'll give you a rundown of what's going on in the story. But they had that's kind of where it crosses the line to me. Like, I don't want to see actual people getting harmed. Unless it's in the context of, like, medical treatment. Some medical treatment does hurt. And it will hurt. And it's interesting to know, like, how it works and stuff. So I can get past that barrier in, like, say, seeing, like, surgery videos and stuff. But, like, if it's people being, like, actually hurt, like, tortured or stuff like that, nope, no, thank you.
On the topic of that, I'm going to actually hurt you right now if we don't get back to the game. I am ready to bonk you.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to the game. Anyway, Apple, basically what's going on in this game, Seiya no Uta, the main character has had a accident months previously that killed, his parents, and he had a really bad brain injury, and they did an experimental surgery on him to, save his life, but now he's having horrifying hallucinations where the entire world looks essentially covered in gore and viscera, and humans do not look or sound human very much anymore, and it's caused, like, his relationships to disintegrate, essentially, and he's done a lot, and he can't even really eat very well because everything tastes disgusting because it looks like this gore and viscera, but the one person who doesn't look like this, you've kind of now figured out that she actually is made of, like, gore and viscera, and she's this disgusting creature. But she's the only one who looks human to him. And you've also found out that he can eat, like, gore and viscera similar to Seiya, who's the girl who is non-human but looks human to him, but to no one else. He can eat what she normally eats, which is usually, like, animals that's been, like, gutted, people even, and stuff like that. And currently we're in the viewpoint of one of his friends, Koji, who, none of his friends, he didn't tell any of his friends about what's going on and the horrifying visions he's having. So none of them really know that, why he's distancing himself and why he seems so angry and, like, just disgusted around them all the time. Like, he's been trying to hide it, but, he still seemed very off, but they don't know why, and they can just kind of figure it's from the grief of losing his family and everything.
But it's definitely leaning heavy into the cannibalism topic.
Yeah, because, Seiya killed one of Fuminori's ex-friends now, because I think they've pretty much cut contact. Or, it kind of was going there. Seiya killed her, and that's how he came home to Seiya eating his friend, and he didn't know it was his friend, because she doesn't look human. And, that's how they figured out he can, stand, like, eating, like, essentially raw organs and stuff. So they put it all in the fridge to eat, and he's now gonna be eating his close friend daily.
Yeah.
And he's completely unaware of this fact. He's completely unaware. He does not know because he sees this as some kind of fruit he's eating.
It's just a steak tartare. I don't know what you're talking about.
But the conflict is built up inside him without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings. But perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students. Fuminori? At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he is instead going home. Strange, medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed.
Hey Tobias, thank you for bringing your bus into chat.
Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. Where's he going? At first, Koji felt ashamed for trailing his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb in Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amid the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escape assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposely through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground with about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on the bench to begin his stakeout. I should have brought more smokes.
Well, let's fix that.
I need to go get noms.
Yeah, you gotta go get noms.
That was not as big of a hit as I thought it was.
Check.
Okay, that was larger than I thought.
You overcompensated again.
Oops. I did it again. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh fuck, I wanted to mute my mic. I got cupcakes. I got little mini cupcakes. Well, you know, I got them the other day because I sent you an image. Because I went to the store. I got what I intended. But I also got a lot more because I was a bit out of it. Let's just put it.
You were a little irresponsible.
Well, I needed to go and get stuff to try to fix a crack in the toilet until the landlord could replace it.
Right.
I also came home with a chocolate cream pie.
Ooh, that sounds really good, actually.
It's like Edwards brand.
Ooh.
So it's like almost like a whipped cream mixed with like a chocolate whipped cream and then with like a bunch of chocolate drizzled on top and chocolate chips too. It's so fucking good. You can get like smaller ones of them, like that's like 1 or 2 slices from a pie. We got the entire pie because fuck it.
Because pie.
Yeah. It's so fucking good. I can only eat a limited amount in a day because it's cream and I'm lactose intolerant. So I have to take a bunch of meds with it. Lactase meds, specifically. But they're expensive, so I try not to too often. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get back to it. 1 hour passes and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back toward the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now, investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. The moment he enters the house, this stale air thick with mold and dust fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There's also a faint hit of something else in the air. Something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses his cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes, Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. I need to show Eri this game. I think she'd like it.
You do. Bring her.
The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house must have been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of the life that was once lived there. The house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Sorry, there's like a gnat or something.
Oh, so that's what that was.
Yeah. I don't think I got it, but it stopped flying, so
So long.
I'll get it next
stays
time.
silent. So long as it stays.
Oh, yeah, we have some gnats. Which is, I'm not gonna lie, it's completely our fault why we have gnats. We left some dishes for a bit too long. I got sick with migraines. Ari was depressed. The sink left with unclean dishes for too long. Happens to the best of us.
Well, one of you should have cleaned it for the serotonin. I don't know.
I was sick with migraines every night. I did not give a shit about serotonin. I just wanted to sleep. Or die.
That's what I was insinuating.
Yeah.
It would have given Neri something to do. Something to distract her. I say it jokingly.
Okay, I was about to say, you know that's not how it works.
I
We're
am
also both
very
super
much-
fucking ADHD.
I am very much well aware of how depression works. You realize I've been dealing with a lot of things for the past 3 months, right?
Yeah. But, funny enough, also, with the... Like, with our ADHD, we also both have the avoidant kind of ADHD of, oh, this is way too big now. I'm just gonna pretend it doesn't exist so I don't have to think about it.
I worry for you.
We eventually tackled it. So, it's fine now. We're making an effort to keep it from happening again by doing dishes regularly. I'm not as sick as I was at the time, so it's better. It's just now we have some gnats that still haven't gone away. And with time, it will happen. And it's like 5. I just get annoyed as shit at them. When I say we have gnats, we don't have an infestation. It's like not even 10.
I worry for you.
I hope that makes sense. Like, it's a very small issue. It's nothing bad. It's just, I get annoyed at gnats very easy, even if there's only like 5, it annoys the shit out of me. Like, I want them gone. Now. And I'm slowly, I am managing to kill them. So if there was like 8, there's now like 5. Because I've managed to kill them slowly.
Oh, that's great.
And literally just kill them, I mean just smack them literally right out of the fucking air. Which I don't know how I can manage to do that. But yeah, they will be flying in the air and I manage to literally just high-five and fucking crush them. It's so fucking bad. Not that is bad, but like, I have no coordination. I don't know how I do it.
Instinct. You were
Yeah, I've even managed to do flies before. And that's fucking hard. Yeah, basically. But yeah, the dishes are fine now. It's just getting rid of the little bit of gnats we got, and then making sure we keep up with it, which we're doing a lot better, so I'm happy for that. Because like the main reason for it was migraines, and I got really sick.
Mm.
And then things just spiraled. They sometimes do that. As you, I'm sure you know. Which, speaking of which, I really need to do my fucking laundry. I'm running out of clothes to wear. I need to do my laundry so bad. No one is living here, and that does not have to mean the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. I almost said, why don't you just use your phone? And then I remember, this is before the phones were like that. That's a very recent thing. I had phones before they were like that. This isn't because I forgot. I didn't know they existed. I just temporarily forgot how old this game was. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air, and the smell of old books, instantly recognizable to someone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library. First room on the second floor turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. I'm thinking if here in a few minutes I might want to go do my tea and take a brief break and load up some laundry. Don't quite want to end stream yet, but I might take like a 10-minute break to go do that. Hi, Buffy. That is after Baphomet finishes eating biscuits in my lap. I'm not disturbing this girl.
Fake sneeze.
I'm actually scared of doing that before. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that the study belongs to a medical professional. I just read that. What the fuck? And I just hit it, and I hit it into... Oops. There we go. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding, the owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Aww. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. They aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old, leather-bound Western tomes like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. Mama. Titles are meaningless to him. Traité de Chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. Ars Magna... Oh, I'm translating that.
I'm
pretty sure
that
that's
means
Latin.
Great arts. No, that's definitely Latin. I'm pretty sure it just means great arts. Or...
Magna definitely means great.
Yeah, Magna Carta.
Ars, skill, craft, or art.
Literally. Yeah,
great art.
Yeah, so.
And
the Ultima.
Great arts of the far. And even also...
Of the beyond in this
arts
context.
Great and far is what it means. Because Magna means great, which is where Magnus comes from. The great.
Oh, so it's
et
is and.
Yeah, et is and. So.
Oh, so arts of the great and beyond, I think.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly it. Magna is... That's a descriptive. It's a great, mighty. What? Declension is pause. Neuter, nominative, or vocative. So nominative. So that would be arts of... What is Ultima?
Unless Magna's the descriptor, so then it's actually the great arts of the beyond.
That means and. So it's great and far.
No, yeah, but I mean, like, sometimes people take this as a mistranslation too. Like sometimes people get things wrong when they translate it, and they probably just
Yeah.
because like one of the most popular Sabatong songs, Primo Victoria, it's a it's not technically wrong, but it's because they're using the wrong gender that it's wrong. It should be Prima Victoria.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm saying, like, they probably think it meant something else, and they just assumed.
No,
you know?
I think it's supposed to be like great and beyond, or like great and far.
Which still makes
The
sense.
only thing is that the declensions that those are, it's not the gender, it's declensions that is getting wrong. Magna and Ultima can both be nominative, vocative, ablative, nominative, vocative, accusative. So it can be any declension. Like, it could be several declensions. So it's kind of figuring out what declension that would be. So it's probably something like arts of the great and beyond. Because feminine declension, there's multiple ones that can end in A, and you kind of have to choose by context. But it also,
I'm not talking about whether or
don't-
not it's in its proper gender. I'm saying, like, people get things wrong sometimes and they make assumptions. So, like, even if we
No.
understand how this is translated from Latin, that doesn't exactly mean that that's how they probably wrote it. Because especially considering this is a Japanese company that uses English as flavor text, I'm just throwing out that possibility there. I'm not saying any of that is wrong or nothing. I'm just throwing out human error as a possibility too.
fair. What I'm
Beyond
saying
our
is that
understanding.
it's technically right, and the phrase would be great and beyond. It's talking, the arts of the great and beyond would be a kind of divination. It would be about magic. The great and beyond is a genuine phrase in English, is what I'm saying. We've translated it correctly.
No, I know. None of that is what's up for discussion. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm just throwing out.
Yeah,
human
I'm
error
just
as
like,
being a thing.
I'm geeking out over Latin and figuring out like declensions and shit, so.
Yeah.
What? What family is that? It's third declension. Huh. Yeah, ours is the third declension. But yeah, this is me geeking out because I've actually studied Latin.
Yeah.
I just need to fucking look up a lot of shit. Oh, the Voynich
Yeah, no.
manuscript. I'm betting Ars Magna et Ultima is actually a book. There's actually a book. It's not called Ars Magna et Ultima. It's called Ars Magna Generalis et Ultima. It's a philosophical book. There's a book with a similar name, which is interesting.
So
I'm betting some of these are actual books. Maybe
they
I
cut
don't.
one word out to make it sound more mystical.
Well, or they just thought, like, let's do this in Latin, and then just created something. That's also possible. But I wonder if...
Yeah,
Thread-
which was my
Yeah.
insinuation fucking earlier that you were fighting me on, god damn you.
Huh?
I'm going. You know what? Where's the? There we go.
Okay,
Bomb.
so I meant like they wanted a phrase in English, so they did genuinely translate it into Latin. The art of the great and far,
It's not
or
the
great and
translator. I'm
beyond.
saying the original writers, because they're Japanese, they could have taken that and assumed it one way, like they do with English. Literally,
Yeah,
what?
I think we were saying something slightly different because I was saying they actually, because some people in
You were misunderstanding. That's what it was.
I am confused.
Yeah, I can
All
tell.
I'm saying is they might have wanted something like, say, Art of the Great and Beyond, and then they just looked at what it would be in Latin. It's very easy to do. So they looked up like what they wanted it to say in Latin, like a translation for it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
What it sounded like you were saying is that they just fucked it up.
I didn't say anything like that. I'm just saying they could have taken what they thought was right, and that's what they came up with.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I should bonk you again.
Wait, oh, fuck no. Which looks like some sort of picture book. Is that really how they describe the Voynich manuscript?
Well, I mean, he's only a medical student. He doesn't know anything about manuscripts or Voynich.
Text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Is the Voynich manuscript the one that's written in cipher in code?
Don't
There's so many fucking mystical texts I know. Yep. It's the one that's written in a code that we still have yet to be able to decode. Yeah, undeciphered. So, yeah.
Huh.
Down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic in the chair. Oh, yeah, I was gonna go take a few minute break and go do my meds and put some laundry in. Where the fuck is my timer? I'll give myself 10 minutes. There we go. I'm back. Wait, I accidentally. Oops. Oh, well, I can't really do anything. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Started checking some things. Coffee. What are you doing?
Oh,
Awoo. Okay, I'm back.
welcome back.
Got laundry put in. My one med. I can't take the rest of my night meds, but I do that right before bed. I have one I try to take every day at around. Baphomet, did you just... What? Fuck, I missed it.
Skill issue.
Honestly, yeah, it is. I'll wait till it takes off again. I've scared it to the walls now, and I have no idea where the fuck it went. Now somewhere it can hide from me.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's what's behind the fucking curtain. It's a kitten. Yeah. I saw an orange little kitten.
Orange.
Hi. Hi, buddy. No, you can't escape. Don't think you can escape. My clutches now. I love you.
Zeus cannot escape.
Nope. Must give love.
Cannot escape because orange.
Yes.
High
Why did you
vis
just
idiot.
go right behind the curtain again?
High vis idiot.
You know I'm gonna bully you for being over here, right? He's so fucking cute. Oh, he's getting so big.
You know, it's
Yeah.
very convenient timing that he shows up because there's a ad break going on.
Zeus. Hi. Hi. What you doing? God damn it. Try to get pictures. Hey. What are you doing? Yeah. Hi. What? Ah! This is the only picture I could actually get. Zeus. What you doing, buddy? Zeus. Better fucking watch what you're doing over there. You're awfully near my altar and you know I will snap at you. That was getting a bit too close to my altar for my liking. Hey! Hey, don't attack the blinds! Hey, no! You little shit. You're coming down. You're not tearing up the blinds, you little shite. Sorry, had to go remove a kitten from the window. Hey! 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 Nope. Down. Zeus! Don't you dare! Hey, no. Don't make me go get a fucking spray bottle for you, you little shite. Good boy. Stay away. I love him. Dude. Where did Zeus go? Did he just... Nope. Only left the room then. Oh, nope, he's at my feet. Hi. Hi, buddy. Oh, shit. Zeus! I'm getting the spray bottle. Zeus. Sorry about that. Do I usually do this? No, but I also don't want him tearing up the window. Because we have an AC unit right there, and if he tears anything up, he could escape. And also, I have like $100 statues, so... And they've already almost broke them before. My altar is like one of the only no-go zones for that. Which, of course, makes them want to go over there more. I've already reorganized things so it's more kitten-friendly. And... Oh, that's Baphomet. She's fine. Hi, Buffy. Yeah. She won't wreck shit. With her leave, Koji... Wait, I wanted to go up because I missed a line or two. Okay, Looking down, Koji suddenly notices a glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among all these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. With her leave, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. His tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored. Buffy. Artemis took Buffy's place. I don't want the kids near the window. Last thing I need is a fucking escape attempt from these two. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. We already now started having to watch when we come inside, because sometimes the kittens will be near the door.
Yeah.
I love them. They do add a stressor, though. It's well worth it. They bring so much joy. It's well worth all the stress they bring. And I'm only stressed because I'm so worried about the little shits. Yeah. I worry about you. Even if you're angry at me because you got wet. About to be angry at me again. It's gonna take a minute to get them to realize, oh, no, this is... I'm fine anywhere else. And watch if they get more determined. I love them. I love them, though. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house.
Hmm?
Koji notices something strange, something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grabs them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he noticed where the... I might lift up the curtains a bit more. Well, the blinds so the kittens can't get a hold of them. Stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grasps them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees a place where slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Hi, baby. Yeah, you're okay. Playful little menace is what you are. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Oh, he's so fucking cute. You're okay. Here, you little orange bastard. Hi.
It was only a matter of time before I heard that.
I'm over here giving him tons of pets, and he looks like he's enjoying it, but he also looks like he wants nothing more than to escape. Ah. Attack! Here you go. Child. Sweet child. Keeps tempting fate, thinking I won't notice. Fucking tenacious. We'll have them any other way. Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Pressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. He finds a corpse. He'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first. But if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. Flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dragged from the bottom of a swamp. Dredged from the... He looked right at the screen. I couldn't stop it dumping. Life with cats. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. Common scene from TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposed of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Funny enough, using lye like that, you could accidentally preserve the body by turning all the fats to soap. Saponifications, because lye is used to, alongside different oils to create soap. And so if you don't know what you're doing, you can accidentally do that if you try that. Which is a weird fact to know, but they have accidentally found bodies in saponified before.
That's crazy.
Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Bones. A mountain of bones, black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small and there are too many of them. They aren't human. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have all been separated from one another, as it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have been thrown out with the garbage, or was there something keeping them from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't humans is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here?
どうした、コージ。
Koji whirls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless
不法
face.
侵入だぞ、コージ。
お前だって同じだろうが。
Flies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the
僕は
bones.
この家の人と知り合いなんだ。
知り合いっていつから一体何者なんだ。
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this
いずれ
house.
お前にも紹介するよ。僕の恩
It's
人
turning
と
to
も言
leave
える
without
人だ
even
から。
glance at Koji.
おい、文則。
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally
お前
again.
まさか近頃様子がおかしいのはその知り合いっていうやつのせいなんじゃ。
Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. Utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause.
僕の後をつけてきたんだね、コージ。
Koji swallows. What can he
そうい
say?
うのは迷惑だ。二度とやらないでもらいたい。
あ
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, the concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? He only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity? Koji's a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. Probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. You're misreading the intention so fucking bad. Keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Seiya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could run everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it will probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? Problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? Excuse me, a hair-raising voice calls as if I'm about to pass through the gate. Pressing a shutter, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Of course. This is my next door neighbor Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture? Fleshbeat undulates foully, as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge. Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. Dude, you're reading so badly into this.
It's great.
I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Seiya, alone, where no one will ever bother us.
This little guy, I literally locked eye contact with him. He just starts crawling over to me. It's like, bro, what are you doing?
They've been trying to play around the window and stuff, and how'd you not expect that?
Is he wet? Why is he he wet?
Keeps trying to play around the window and start attacking the blinds, so he's now not allowed near the window.
I literally went down to kiss his head. I'm like, this little shit. Why is he wet? What are
Yeah,
you doing?
because he also happened to look over just as I sprayed him one time and got right in his face.
And then what are you doing here?
Because you're in here, she wants attention, and she figured out Baphomet does that, so now she's trying to imitate Baphomet to get pets.
Oh, you're so cute.
And then, as soon as Baphomet goes up there to get attention, she's gonna get pissed off and attack Baphomet, even though this is Baphomet's room and cat tree. So you'll probably have to carry her back out when you leave.
I was gonna come in here to bother you or something.
Instead, you're getting bothered by your own cat.
I literally turn around and I just hear.
Yeah, because
It's a
honestly, I'm
surprise.
just waiting for the cat tree to break because your cat's too big for it.
I'm just waiting for her to just
This
like.
cat tree is made for
topple.
small cats, not Mary-sized cats.
I'm just waiting for the tree to topple over and fall. It's just.
Even Angel is too big for the cat tree.
She doesn't even try. She only comes in here, looks around, and then leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary is just being fucking petty. Being petty.
She's been trying to chase Baphomet out of here sometimes, and I have to get on her.
You.
And chase her out of here, because, like, this is Baphomet's room.
It used to be her room. So I think she's kind of, Oh,
We literally kept her locked out for over 3 months.
she's petty. Very
Like her mom.
Excuse me. I'm petty for, petty reasons. Good reasons to be petty. I have a lot of good reasons to be petty. People in my life just
Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Hi.
No.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, hello. You see-
I keep expecting you to do the hello daddy thing.
Hello, daddy. Hello, daddy. Hello, daddy. Hello, daddy. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? You start quoting Super Chill. Yes.
Don't go start quoting Super Jail. That is the worst thing to start quoting.
Oh
He just smacked your face into my hand.
That's a weird way of saying you slapped me.
I didn't slap you. I went to touch you, and then you just fucking turned your head at the wrong fucking moment. You literally, if it was a knife, you literally would have stabbed yourself.
You have a weird way of saying.
It's the hand equivalent of someone literally running themselves into your blade.
Oh no, I just ran into your blade.
Kinky. The model keeps switching between our faces.
Here, you want me to go lower? Like that? There you go. Just oh. Mary is still up there. That is getting. Why is Mary doing this?
I don't know.
Her ass could fucking might make the whole tree topple.
I know, she's almost made it fall before.
Stop it. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Hello, daddy. Hello, daddies. Hello, daddies.
It's from Smiling Friends.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hello, thanks for watching. Hello, thanks for watching. Hello, thanks for watching. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey,
One of her
what's up? Hey, what's
stims is that she does get stims, and one of them's echolalia from different random ass shows, or Dracula Flow.
up? Moving differently. I
Say
could be
nothing to me, man. I'm a dog.
I could literally be at Walmart or something alone and like alone with my thoughts, and I could literally just start saying, Shit ain't nothing to me, man. When I pick up something and I'm just like, oh, where did that come from? Shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog.
I'm biting the fart bubbles in the back.
We're smoking symbiotes. We're smoking symbiotes. We're smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian
fervor.
Max has
Samosa.
some bubble kush.
I can quote some of it just from hearing her do it so often.
I broke, I think I broke the table, not the table, the toilet because I accidentally sent my I dropped my ass on it at a gregarious angle.
No.
And
This is the sound of my nightmares.
I didn't know your nightmares is me. Your nightmares is me.
Yeah, but at least they're cute.
Aww. I'm your worst nightmare.
But yeah, a cute one.
You're like, at least it's me, not. I'd be like the worst, sleep paralysis demon, because I would be like, hey, what's up? I would be like Dracula flow, because that's what I'm gonna be quoting this whole time.
I had a friend IRL who I told about her tendency to do that. And we were at dinner and I got her doing it and they just look at me and they go, I thought you were joking about the Dracula flow thing. Especially because the line I told him that was I am a dog fighting fart bubbles in the bath.
And I just like go off. You're smoking symbiotes.
They started doing it around them.
Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian fur burger.
They genuinely thought I was joking until she started doing it. It was hilarious.
That's funny.
People need to fear me. People fear me. Oh, sorry. The Fallout Boy was playing.
Why don't you leave me to my game?
Okay, one last word. One last word before I go.
Bussy.
Not pussy. Oh yeah. Top Shelf Zaza got me speaking Esperanto. Top Shelf Zaza disrupt my circadian rhythm. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I was kind of expecting the ahoy Mia thing you do.
Ahoy me, ahoy me, ahoy me, ahoy me, ahoy. Sorry, I could have left here and not quote Doodle Bob, but you kind of set yourself
Brought it out of you?
You kind of set yourself up for
Oh,
someone.
oh my god, did you get that? That was for my altar, you little shit.
Our son. Our son.
Stealing fucking weed from my fucking altar.
I was like doing art and I just look over and he just looks at me and he just starts cuddling up to me. Okay, Mary, time to go. Come here, Mary. We're leaving. You might as well. She might. Come on. Come on, Mary. Come on. They're spraying you, Mary. Come on.
Just to get through her fur, do you know how many sprays it took? Like 3! She says she has a lot of fur. She's not long furred, but she has very dense fur. Damn. Poor cat. She's gonna fucking break the fucking cat tree though. He's a very big kitty. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth. A little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wondered as he gazed eerily at the Sakisaka yard. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his
ど
mind.
うしたのあなた。難しそうな顔して。
今日ね、隣の家の息子
I should probably save though.
に会ったよ。
お隣のって踏み乗りを。
ああ、庭のこと一言言っておいた。
そうよね。せめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね。
Hi, Laffy. Sugiro.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫。
The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
でもいるんじゃないかしら。でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね。あの匂いに。
まさかとは思うが、生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるまいな。
そんな、いくらなんでもそこまで。
いや、今の様子だとやりかねん。一日中ずっと雨戸を閉め切って何をやってるのかもわからない。どういう暮らしをしてるのやら。
お兄ちゃん、頭おかしくなっちゃったのかな。これヒロミ、そういう言い方はダメよ。
いや、あれは本当にちょっとどうすぎてる。ひょっとしたら変質狂か何かかもしれんな。
大丈夫なのそれ。
早く自覚して医者にでも行ってもらわんことにはなんともな。
Seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It isn't rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her, however, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait and wish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes, and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all of the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet.
疲れた。やっぱり往復すると遠いな。
さや、一体どこに？
My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms.
踏み乗りのカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending papers flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
ごめんね。本当は
He
もっ
says
と早く
skillfully,
帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出した
gathering
ら
this
キリがなくて。
scattered papers together.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。はあ、重かった。
Maybe it's just exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Sai is saying.
だからそんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ。
どうするって、もちろん調べるのよ。うちで時間かけてじっくり。あら、何やってんだか。あ、これは要チェックかな。
At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of
そうなんだ。
and the like as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her make me think that this might not be a joke after all.
わかるのか、こういうの。
パパにいろいろと教わったから。
She flashes me a grin, then returns to the papers.
なるほどね。そういうこと。これじゃあいつまで経っても直せないよね。
直せないのか。
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
I can't tell if she's being serious.
私でもまだちょっと難しいかな。いろいろと試してからじゃないと。
Watching more closely, I realized that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I wasn't able to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts? She answers coolly, looking up from the
今日は
charts.
疲れたし、寝ないか。
文則がそうしたいならそうする。
Saya replies with a grin. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps on me and begins to tear off my clothes.
おい、
ねえ、寝る前に一回だけ。
マサヤ、こう毎日続けてちゃ体に毒じゃないのか。
え、文則、どこか具合が悪いの？
いや、僕は別に。ちゃんと大人の体になってるし平気なんだけど。
平気だよ。
She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed, the familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me
平気なわ
helpless.
けないだろ。今まで否認もしてないってのに。
文則はさ、さやに子供を産ませるの嫌？
How can I respond to that?
嫌も何も。サヤみたいに小さい体じゃ無理だって。母体の負担ってのは大変なんだぞ。
文則が心配してることって割と的外れなんだけど。
Sai seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
でもそれって文則がさやのことを大事に思ってくれてるからなんだよね。
Her smile glowing with
それは
innocence.
それで嬉しい。
Time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya hasn't done my belt and is removing my pants.
なおい、だからサヤ。
大丈夫。じゃあ今夜は文則が心配しないような方法でしてあげる。
How much of this is it gonna show?
I remember this being graphic. I can't recall the details specifically.
As she finishes, she looks up at me, smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life.
文則だって心配ないでしょ？
いや、まあ。
What am I supposed to say to that?
ねえ、ダメだった？
Okay, it does skip the
そういう
scene.
のだと
Okay.
気持ちよくない？
Okay, thanks.
I was like, this is getting... Hearing the sudden nervousness in Seiya's voice, I hastily stammer.
そんなことない。 十分に良かった。
I might get an uncensored version to play in my own time eventually, but I'm so glad this one skips the scenes.
でもさや、何もあんなもの飲み込まなくたって。
そんな。あれはさやにちょうだいよ。
It has to be so weird seeing it knowing that she's some grotesque monster, though.
Okay, yeah, it would have been nice to search this up, but yeah, so Steam version is censored, and Good Old Games, it has it uncensored. Pretty sure
Yep.
there's be patched on it.
Whew. Wait, isn't it Jazz USA that has it uncensored?
Mm.
Yeah, because that's the, if I remember right, Jazz did the translation for this. It's their translation company who also did Lamento, not Lamento, Beyond, they also did, Dramatic Murders, Sweet Pool, and the other one, Togai no Nochi.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, so I don't even remember.
Yeah, I know, because, I know how Jazz kind of does their things. They usually will do a censored version on Steam, if they can get them. If it's a game that allows for it. Some games don't. Because the content's just too dark. And then they will sell either, you can buy the full game that is uncensored on their website, or you can buy specifically a patch that uncensors it.
Nice.
Yeah. Just I really just want to bear my child. Not adverse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it. Gazes up at me pleadingly. How can I resist? Saya smiles with relief and burrows contentedly into my chest. Her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? Feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. I wonder if the Steam version censors anything other than just those scenes. Because, like, some of this is really fucking gruesome. One sec. Time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace. All doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. Again, maybe I don't want to see those scenes. You alright?
Yeah, I just had a little distraction. It's fine.
Okay. I wonder if they censor anything else other than just those scenes. Because the main reason I want to see what the uncensored is, because I want to see if what all got censored, you know?
I think that's just going to be the main thing, really. Just
Okay.
like body parts relating to like genitalia.
That's all they've censored so far? Okay.
I think that's all it's gonna be. Yeah.
Not gonna lie, sometimes I will buy the uncensored just to, like, give more money to, like, the translating company and stuff.
Yeah, but you're also horny, so it doesn't matter. There's still an ulterior motive.
This one I'm kind of wondering if I really want to see. Some of the other ones, yes. I actually bought the outright games from Jazz for the other ones. That's why I don't have an uncensored version. But this one I'm just like, do I really want to see that?
Yeah, it's kind of questionable content, all things considered.
Exactly! Like, I kind of want to buy the patch just for, like, the sake of it, but I don't know if I'm actually going to play it with the patch.
You're like, I'll buy the license for it, and then delete the email.
Well, just never actually use it, because it's a code you have to put in the game.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, just delete the email. It's like, out of sight, out of mind forever.
Yeah!
It's not even about using it, but it's like the off chance you see it in your email again, and you're like, oh, right, it exists, and I made that purchase.
Well, I download some of my games straight from Jazz, so I'd see it anytime I log into the store page.
Ah, true.
But that doesn't mean I need to utilize it.
Yeah.
2 o'clock. For Suzumi Yosuke, this is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold on an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. Oh, this is hella progressive for Japan.
It's lovely.
I like it, yeah. Just as he knows the lengths of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows about his home's condition, the status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders his dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to the halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze. Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself during his morning cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. It's the pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully, but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table. Made of thick, solid glass, it is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. Shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. She's killing the neighbor?
She's making room.
Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arm and legs, rendering him helpless. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream, his terror is so great. I'm more worried, like, is this gonna end up getting the police involved? Like, just me logicking this is like, you wouldn't want to eat one of your neighbors if you have to live there, you know? Then tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull, like, killing near you would be what would get you caught.
Yeah.
That's my concern here.
Yeah.
Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. What is Saya?
お時間を取っていただいてありがとうございます。
Yes.
Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading neurosurgeon at such a young age.
いいのよ。あなたたちみたいな人が来てくれたのは私としてもありがたいところだし。
Her friendly smile has known the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined
はじめ
beauty.
まして。崎坂文則くんの主治医の丹保です。
文則の友人で殿尾浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. They arrived at the T University Medical Center and asked to see Funori's doctor. Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which their request was
崎坂く
granted.
んの件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
は
彼、 一昨日の診察に来てくれなかったのよ。留守電に入れた伝言にも返事がないし。
2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house, Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment. Could Saya potentially cure whatever's going on with Fuminori?
彼、学校ではどんな様子？
And is there more like her? Because she said no human doctor, which implies there's others like her, potentially.
どうもこうも、もうめちゃくちゃです。
And not gonna lie, one of the things that kind of disturbs me is how young she looks to Fuminori.
Yep.
That kind of unnerves me. Is it just me?
She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Let her be young.
Yeah.
Let her look young, right?
Oh. It just unnerves me, especially because he seems to think she's very young. And he's still doing this shit.
No, yeah, that's true.
That's what's disturbing to me.
Yeah.
Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully.
事故の前とまるで人が違ったみたいに見えます。
It wouldn't be as bad to me if, like, he kind of reasoned it as she's older, but she just looks very young kind of thing, because that happens.
Yeah.
But, like, with him thinking she's actually pretty young, it's like, oh, that's kind of creepy, dude.
Yeah.
僕たちもいろいろとどうしていいかわからなくて、それで今日は先生の話を伺えたらと。
あなたたちも医大生？
I do like how the story does make it very obvious he's fucking out of his mind, though. Like, it kinda, to me, makes it very obvious this is not what he should be doing.
Yeah.
Like, the story doesn't, to me, seem to be playing it off as, like, it's okay. It's like, no, this is something fucked up, and this is part of what makes it even more fucked up kind of thing. I do like it's how it's being handled. I just wish it wasn't so.
Hmm.
It's so fucking good, though. Just out of nowhere.
はい。
彼のカルテ見てみたいと思う？
見せてくれるんですか、そんなもの。
Dr. Tenbo
そう思った人がいるみたいな
regards him silently for a
それ
moment,
も
then
病院
sighs
での
and
村で
says,
ね。一昨日の晩、この病院に誰かが押し入ってね。保管。
本当ですか？
stares hard at the astonished students, and shakes her head with a tired
Wow.
smile.
あなたたちは無関係そうね。ちょっと安心したわ。
当たり前です。
I wonder why her name suddenly changed.
でも、犯人は咲坂君の容体に興味があるか、それとも彼の治療記録を消したかった。
Then again, the other person we've heard talking to him is literally insane, so
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't have it right.
いずれにせよ、彼に関わりのある人間としか思えないわ。
はあ。
Ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tanbo and realizes her staring right back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same
あなたには
Same
他に
suspicion.
心当たりはない？咲坂君の知り合いでそういうことをやりかねないような人。
Perhaps Dr. Tambo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thought immediately flied to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
知り合いだか何なのか自分にもよくわからないんですが、多分医者か医学関係の人で。
Oh, oops, there's an ad break. Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tanbo's expression.
ご存知なんですか？
咲坂君がその男といつどうやって知り合ったのかわかる？
いえ、こっちが知りたいぐらいです。先生、一体何者なんですか？あのオーガイっていう人は。
Oh, Zeus is asleep over back here.
Aw, BB.
He is baby. Remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tambo loses a heavy sigh.
いいわ。その気になれば簡単に調べがつくことだし。いろいろと不祥事があって半年以上前に免職になったけど。
不祥事って一体何を？
そこから先は部外者に話せることじゃないわ。どのみち咲坂君には何の関係もないことよ。
Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tanbo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori.
先生、もしかしたら咲坂文則は刑事事件に関わっているかもしれないんです。
At his sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tambo raised their
どう
eyebrows.
いうこと？
彼を訪ねていったっきり行方不明になってしまった人間がいます。もちろん文則は否定していますが。
それってオウミちゃんのこと？
Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice.
君には言えなかった。
Dr. Tambo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before.
そのオーガイという人物が今文則の関心の焦点になっているらしいんです。彼が何者で文則が彼の何について探っているのか、それが分かれば少しは事情が見えてくるかもしれません。お願いです、先生、教えてください。この病院で一体何？
Dr. Tambo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes
ご
her
めんな
head.
さい。こればかりは私の一存で話せる事柄じゃないの。
先生。
でも少しだけ待って。私は私なりにいろいろと調べてみる。放っておける状況じゃないのはよく理解できたから。
I'm thinking about going to make me some food real quick.
Ooh,
Kind of
getting
getting
on.
hungry. Yeah.
Getting ons. I should get ons. I've just been eating chips. Cheesy though. Sorry to hear that. I did not expect that. That was very gross.
Oh, I'm back. I forgot to unmute. Oops.
Come in here.
I got foods.
Yay. You attained noms.
Yes. Now to just let them cool down enough to eat.
You fool.
お願いします。
Food should burn when you first eat.
Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so
お
far.
互い携帯の番号を交換しておきましょう。何か分かったら連絡するわ。あなたたちも何か新しい動きがあったらすぐに私に教えて。
I wonder what laws there are in Japan regarding like privacy and stuff, because HIPAA's a U.S. exclusive thing.
I think they have their own version of HIPAA as well, but one of the biggest things that they have to be careful with are anti-libel laws. Even though it's widespread knowledge of what's known as a black company in Japan, they like push you to the furthest legal limits and try to get you into even worse conditions for their own profit. Even if you've known that and you suffer that and everything, because you sue them and you bring them negative light, they can still sue you back for defamation, you know. So, and you just lose it because you made a case and it's public knowledge now that, hey, you did tell everyone how bad they were, and even though it's rightful, you still brought them negative image, so you end up getting shafted. So you have to be super fucking careful about everything, especially when it comes to criminal justice, because that, like I said, you could get shafted in retaliation if you don't cover everything. Very difficult.
Yeah. You'd think there'd be a law like saying, like, if you've been sued for this exact thing, then it's known truth and you can't sue someone for libel in return. Like a protection for people who have court cases, you know? But of course there isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they would have thought of something like that by now, but I mean, they're still very much an imperial sort of system, so there's probably a whole lot of barriers to jump through, even past the ministry, you know, just to get anything changed. They're a very conservative country too, so just kind of think about how tough that might be in and of itself.
Oh yeah, I get that. I just don't like in. I wonder.
It's like they basically
I
need
wonder
to
if it's
have
the
approval of their ancestors.
Like, no, I was gonna say, I know in the US, I think some of the protections is also because things can't be brought to court twice, technically. Like, you can't be sued over the same thing twice.
Here in America, yeah, I think they call it double jeopardy.
Yeah, so, like, because the law case is considering the same thing, the company couldn't sue back because that would be suing someone. There being a lawsuit for the same thing twice, kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Then again, I don't know anything about law. That's just my assumption. I just know it doesn't happen here.
No, absolutely.
What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly as they're rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches, like tepid tongues and slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell is going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. What? It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room, it's everywhere. Oh! She just did to him what was done to Yosuke.
Uh-huh.
The thing that attacked him in the living room, it's everywhere. Terror shadows Yosuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying atop him, and his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? The long, wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where did that thing take me? Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor toward the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There is no place to run. Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home.
Can you just imagine, like, how messed up that is to just wake up?
Uh-huh. The small room where his studio should be. He finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas, like some cruel joke. Everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio. Want to hear a story I think you missed earlier? So, for context, you know I've had multiple teeth removed. I've been sedated for them sometimes.
Yeah.
And one of the last times I was sedated, put under to have, like, I think it was when I had to have a tumor removed from my jaw, because I had called a granuloma. Basically, I injured a tooth, and it caused a growth at the bottom of the tooth, so the tooth and the growth had to be removed.
Yeah.
And so they had to cut into my jaw to remove the growth at the root. And so I opted to be sedated for it, because who the fuck wants to be conscious for that shit?
I can imagine it was very painful, or at least you were very sore afterwards.
No, waking up from surgery, I remember waking up and asking the nurse who was at my side, is it common to hallucinate when coming out off of anesthesia? She said yes. I go, and I'm pretty sure I said, good, because the walls are intestines, and then passed out.
That's amazing.
Because, yeah, I woke up and it looked like the walls were pulsating and fleshy like intestines. I was like, oh. I kind of figured out it was a hallucination immediately. Like, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't think this is real.
You just wanted to know if you were awake or dreaming.
Yeah. And then I woke up later and it was fine.
They gave you the good shit. You was tripping.
Yeah, and when playing this immediately at the beginning, and it has like all the fleshy walls and stuff, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is familiar.
That's amazing.
Except they didn't quite look like this. It more looked like the walls were like literally made of the stuff intestines are. Like the inner lining.
Yeah.
So it was just like a meat. But yeah. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. Sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone else here? Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Oh no. The monster's growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. I'm not gonna lie, this is so Nitro Plus style, though.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is cake horror. Cake horror.
They know how to fuck with you. They're really fucking good at it. I really love how the studio does things. They do it so fucking good. Howling of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vials of juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. The monster screams as the stake pierces its chest and punches through to the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. Sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles. Its trembling tentacles reach up as though begging for help. Oh no.
Yeah. Hey, question.
Huh?
How lenient is Twitch when it comes to well, obviously fantasy corpses?
I guess we're seeing. I mean, there's a category on Twitch for the game, so.
Okay, yeah, because like I just want to make sure that Twitch is okay with me, because like I'm remembering some really disturbing scenes with youth in Chaos Child, and I just want to be prepared if that happens again.
Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake from its corpse and rises to his feet. Something squeals. Yosuke turns to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from this stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monsters might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. Oh. When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down. His bloodlust unsated, he pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh, once, twice, 3 times, and more. Then there is nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There is no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind. Yosuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. She is standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one-piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of this filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty. Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand along her long, smooth against her long, smooth hair. She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry stare. Grin parts Yosuke's lips and he replies, Oh, ew!
Yay!
He grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open. With the lovely girl's delicate features stimulating Yosuke's sadism. Even after killing those 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart, and now they have new fuel to... Terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his long-eared stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. Grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she Ew!
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
I'm not fucking editing that out.
No, that's fine. But let the voice actors do their thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Twitch has a category for it. Like I just want that to be like in our heads as this goes forward.
And I mean, Twitch knows about dramatical murders because it's listed on ones that are specifically not allowed on Twitch.
Yeah.
So they have to know about it, right?
Yeah. Which honestly, the funniest thing would be if they only did that because they didn't want the gays to win. It'd be fucked up, but imagine that that's the basic reasoning at this point. And I say it's hilarious because the context is so disturbing.
I know.
Yeah, we lived in a time when these things were popular. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It's Nitro Plus. Like, I'm not surprised per se, but I wasn't expecting it.
No,
like, it's totally
I
within
know.
Nitro Plus's purview to do something like that. Just, you never expect it when it happens.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. But at the same time, like, there were quite a number of VNs at this point that, honestly, they kind of shared a lot of very similar themes. And they were pretty niche, but they were plenty. And that's the crazy part. I kind of was around in circles for a while too, so it's like, I know how bad it was. It was definitely plentiful, I will say that. And that's the worst part.
I've read some fucked up stuff. That just, it's still never. As much as I enjoy like fucked up things, scenes like that just, it feels like your entire body just got drenched in cold slime.
Yeah,
like, no matter how many times you've seen scene like that play out, same reaction every fucking time.
Yeah.
Just like you just got dunked in cold slime.
It's like having chicken skin and no way to escape it.
Chicken skin, and then you're also covered with slime.
Yeah.
Cause, like, I'm not gonna lie, I think I got literal goosebumps right now.
Like, the same reaction to just someone saying the word moist out of context in the worst voice ever, multiplied by, like, 13.
Yes.
I feel like that's an accurate descriptor of this feeling.
Yes. Oh my god.
Intensely uncomfortable.
Yes.
It's almost like there is an unspoken curse that we are aware of, that just allowing the words to escape our lips could potentially cause misfortune for years. It's like that's not what it is, but it's like there's that fear, like that intense reaction to it. It's like I don't want to mess with fate, you know. I'm not tempting fate.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why I like games like this, but I do like ones that push, like, my boundaries, almost.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's about the limit of what I want to see, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. But, like, there's something inside of me that likes when something makes me uncomfortable, because it kind of shows I do have limits.
It's like, aw, you are still human. You still have morals.
Yes!
Todavía tiene un corazón.
Like,
You
I'm
have a
not
heart.
completely frozen to things yet. I'm not
Like,
that
you still
jaded
have a
yet.
heart.
But I like that with, like, not just, like, this kind of emotions. I notice I really like intense things. Intense joy, intense sadness, intense disgust. intense, like, I like the intense shit.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, I can relate because I'm feeling pretty damn intense right now. Yeah, let me
It's
explain
like-
something. Let me
I
explain
am a
something.
sucker for intensity.
I slipped to my local dispensary the other day, right?
Yeah.
And I actually found pure full spectrum CBD tablets. I have had AT reset and I made a mistake roughly an hour ago, and I'm feeling the effects now.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
my
kinda
T's
tempted.
reset, and I took 80 milligrams of the other tablet, and I'm feeling so good right now, but it's right in the back of my eyes. Lamau.
I'm thinking about doing an edible, to be honest.
And I'm going to be real with you. I'm kind of thankful for this because this would not affect me this game would not affect me the way it's affecting me right now
If
I
you were
was
sober.
Because the way
That's
that I'm
amazing.
feeling right now, honestly, is just as intense as it was when I first played this all those years ago as a kid.
Yeah.
Because like, when did it come out?
But I've noticed that about myself with liking intensity. Like, that tends to be something I go for a lot. Which also kind of ties into my idea of catharsis.
Yeah, that was literally my teenage years. That's amazing. I'm feeling so great right now. God, I love this game.
It's fucking good.
It's
Fuck.
it's like
I just took 12
it's hard.
milligrams.
It's hard to find stuff that executes horror that makes you feel this way, where it's like pushing your boundaries. It's
Especially
not
for someone
quite
like
there.
me. Because I've seen a lot
Like-
of fucked up shit from a very young age with watching horror.
Yeah, and like the best part is like it gets more and more intense, but it's the way that they present it to you that it's like you're prepared for it while still getting shocked. You know, it's so good, and for me at least, because
Like, you expect
This
it,
is-
but
this is
you
the start
don't
of
quite
horror.
expect where it goes. Somehow.
yeah, like this is the horror that I like. This is the pacing that I like, and it's hard
It's
for
so
me
good.
to find games that do this sort of thing, you know. And I'm going to be
Especially
honest,
today.
and like I'm going to be honest. If there's a game that evoked a similar response in recent times, it's got to be mouthwashing.
Yes.
Like honestly, I did feel this way with it, and
Same.
it was an amazing game. That game is really good.
Oh, it's so
So
good.
like, yeah. So like, if you guys want game recommendations for sure, while making sure you're aware of the contents being very very dark, Sayo no Uta, Song of Saya, and Mouthwashing, really freaking good games. Amazing.
I also like anything by my Nitro Plus.
Yeah. Nitro Plus in general, but like Sayo no Uta, a special place in my heart.
But yeah, because I do have a great ambivalence kind of towards a lot of like fucked up things because of how much like in like media. Real life is a very different story, obviously. But in media, because I've been exposed to it from like my dad was a horror junkie, and I would watch horror movies with him and my brother. So I've been exposed to this stuff from like a pretty young age.
And I can
And
imagine
I was
they
like
would've
7
been
years
watching-
old watching Ginger Snap. One of my favorite horror games from childhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of my favorite horror games from my childhood is Jeepers Creepers. Another one is called 13 Ghosts.
Those movies were so beautiful.
Aren't they? I love Jeepers Creepers. It's one of my favorite all-time horror.
You want to know what's funny? I went back to Twitter, and the first thing that I freaking saw from ADHD meme was this meme with like 4 different movies. I can't remember 2 of them, but the other 2 were exactly 13 Ghosts and Jeepers Creepers, and it was saying how neurodivergents love this if they love horror. I'm like, bitch, you did not need to be so loud. The other 2 I never got exposed to. I never got exposed to a lot of horror. But when I got exposed to horror, it was Jeepers Creepers and 13 Ghosts. God damn it. The beautiful memories.
Okay. Did you say it was ADHD memes? I need to see what this post is.
I think it was ADHD memes. I follow a few different neurodivergent pages, and a couple of them were ADHD specific. But I don't quite remember. I'm pretty sure it was, but maybe I'm lying. I'm like that unsure now, and it was a while back.
Oh, I spelled horror wrong. Oops. Typo. And that's supposed to be liking. Another typo. I'm hoping it's ADHD memes, so it makes it easier for me to find. Because I want to find this so bad. I want to see what the other 2 were. Oh god, they post so much though. Oh fuck. This is gonna take a minute. I hope you didn't just send me all Wild Goose Chase because I'm only 3 days back.
No, I'm saying like this was a while back because this had to have been months. But it was like
fuck.
opening it up. Yeah.
So I need to do this in a browser. Because how it shows it in a browser is different.
I'm trying to find it as well, but like I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of these memes just get lost on the internet because everyone keeps stealing it from everywhere. So I don't have any high hopes of finding it again.
Yeah. Well, on browser you can see like where it gives like the block, shows like a block, which is easier to scan. I love how I just paused my fucking stream to fucking search for an obscure meme about horror movies. I am way too fucking ADHD.
I mean, you don't have to do this.
My brain decided I have to.
I mean, you can decide your brain to not do that. It's probably hard.
Fuck off, don't tell me what to do.
Yeesh.
Fuck, that's it. Damn. How is that only October? Fuck! Fucking hell! This made post so much!
Like I said, a lot of these pages just like steal from each other. It's great. But then some of them are also really freaking amazingly capable of calling you out in every single situation. It's almost rude and a mockery.
Damn, I want to know what those other two movies were, damn it. Damn. I guess now I'm not gonna find it. Fuck. That would have been so cool if I did, though, and I knew and liked all of them. That's what I was kind of hoping for. Because I grew up on horror, to a weird degree. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I have grown more accustomed to my condition, but that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house is finally borne through. Pulled out all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Scrawled on back of each photo was an address. Nagano Prefecture and Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S-Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, H-Town. None of the names is familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. Oh. I step through the gate, I see that the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. Not just her, I also hear a low, wet grunting. No time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. A monster is in my house, and it's attacking Saya. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. Rage erupts beside me like black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slid past it and grabbed the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it because it flails its tentacles widely as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapons twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy, I'll see this monster suffer for what it's done to Saya. I give myself to the fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. My thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion. Find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from a corner of the kitchen.
Saya.
I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes it's me, she clings to my body and cries. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never have happened to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame, yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. She says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. I don't understand. What is she saying? She answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with her swollen eyes. It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words. Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice. Oh! Her aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish. She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say anymore. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there is one thing that I can answer here and now. Saya is mistaken. Smile and shake my head. God, this writing is so fucking good.
Isn't it?
Oh. What is wrong with me that I like this kind of story? Oh my god.
I mean, there are more questionable tastes to be had when it comes to horror. But let's face it, even Junji Ito is insanely become popular. So there's something wrong with us deep inside that just makes us want to see something so morbid. I love it.
Yeah.
そう思う僕になった。そう思われる鞘になったんだ。これって大変なことだろう。
Just damn.
Yeah.
Saya's still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
わかってる。さっきやっとわかった。
Smile shines through her tears.
さやには文則しかいないんだって。文則みたいな人はもう他に誰もいないんだって。
But yeah. I do think some of mine is, I like a lot of extremes, and I guess to push boundaries a little bit.
No.
Like,
yeah,
I like things that make me feel, and this makes me feel, even if it's not a pleasant feeling.
No, yeah. It's especially remembering that, like, this does kind of relate to the darkest sides of humanity, so it's like, unfortunately, things like this do happen in a sense, as unfortunate as it is, and that's just the reality of it.
Yeah. Like I said, some of it is I do like things that make me feel, and I do. This does make you feel, even if it's fucking disgusting. I like things that evoke strong feelings, and ties into my whole thing of catharsis, of, we kind of engage in this stuff to make us feel things that we don't in our day-to-day, or, like, we can't express into our day-to-day, even sometimes. Because catharsis is a Greek idea. And I think this original was, like, it helps you release emotions you can't express in your normal life, or something like that. I kind of just take it to also mean, like, it's stuff that makes you feel, or through what you feel or hear, it might help you even with healing to a degree. Kind of like you have to encounter your worst fears to get over them.
Empathy and sympathy, in a way.
Yeah. Which kind of ties into my character, because I did tie catharsis into, like, my lore. We make humans feel and see horrible things in their dreams so that they can heal from it. Kind of thing. Giving it a purpose, because we're a nightmare, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of something I am proud of with my lore. The catharsis aspect and how I tied it into it.
Oh,
I do really like that. It is, and it fits me so well. I have a fucking pimple right on my back, I just noticed. Fuck. I noticed it because it fucking hurt.
Gross.
We all get them.
That doesn't stop me from calling it gross.
Oh no, it is. I just went to scratch my back and just felt pain. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, when it's not quite ready and it's just super sensitive.
I get them more now because of the fucking testosterone.
Yeah.
It's fucking annoying.
Being a boy is gross, man.
Oh, if you think that's gross, wait if you ever had a period.
Oh,
it's
no,
so much grosser some of the things AFABs have to deal with.
No, I'm not saying AFAB's things aren't gross. I'm just saying I would much rather involve myself with blood than half the things that grow on the male body. Definitely not the pain, though. I will tell you at least that, you know, I'm a bitch when it comes to pain.
I think you're underestimating how gross it is. Like, hardcore.
Possibly. But
Like pimples and stuff isn't that big of a deal, but like, trust me, there's very specific sensations you don't ever get over.
Okay, but like my upbringing was very mature, so we're probably a little bit more aware of some of feminine cares that most men wouldn't be aware of.
Fair.
Yes, especially when it comes to some of the more, we'll call them unpleasant burning issues.
Oh.
That's as far as I want to go with it.
But yeah.
But still, pimple gross.
No,
Ew.
I will say it's nothing compared to like what I've had to deal with being on T is nothing compared to what I had to deal with being AFAB. Especially fucking PMDD. Oh my god, that stuff's a fucking nightmare.
Oh yeah, you
Premenstrual disorder.
Mm.
If I ever have to decide to stop going on T or have to stop it for some reason, I mean, I'll handle it just like I did before, but I'm gonna miss not having to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, I can deal with the blood and all that stuff. Like, I'm not really dysphoric about, like, if I ever have to go off. It's just nice being able to be, you know, mentally stable, more or less.
Yeah.
Not dealing with the hormonal roller coasters. Stuff was a fucking horrid. The worst was the intrusive thoughts I'd get. They get so bad. Your brain hates your own fucking hormones. It sucks. And most people with ADHD have to deal with that if they're AFAB. PMDD has a very high occurrence in those who are ADHD and AFAB.
Mm.
Because those hormones affect like serotonin and dopamine in the brain, which is something ADHDs already struggle with, so it's exacerbated by the hormonal cycles. Yep. I've gotten a break from it for now. And the cure is actually usually just birth control, which a lot of people are fine with being on.
LOL night.
Night, Toby. Which many people do fine with. I just have the unfortunate reality of birth control makes me nauseous constantly.
Damn.
It affects my stomach. Like, I get bad acid reflux whenever I'm on birth control. To the point I kind of wonder if I have slight nerve, vocal cord damage. Because after being on it for a few years, I noticed my voice got, like, raspy. Like, it wasn't strong, it was just very slightly more raspy than it was before. And I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh.
Yeah. Turns out in some people, estrogen can specifically weaken, there's I forget what it's called exactly. It's essentially the, sphincter that closes your stomach from your esophagus. The gastroesophageal sphincter, I think it is, or something like that. And it can weaken how tightly it closes. So, in some people, it can cause acid reflux.
Isn't that
'Cause it's
basically
not-
bird?
Yep.
Damn.
Specifically, estrogen causes that in me. It weakens how much the gastroesophageal sphincter closes, and so I get acid reflux whenever I'm digesting anything.
Fuck.
If I'm not on birth control or if I'm on T, I don't have the issue, like, so it just means that I can't really get treated for PMDD with would-be birth control because it causes that issue. And then I'd either have to take something else to counteract that, and it just turns into a medicine nightmare. I'd rather just not be on it and deal with the freaking up and down. Or be on T. T is much more preferable. Medical stuff. Fun. My body just fucking hates my own hormones.
Yeah, you was just built different and in the worst ways possible.
I know, right? Like, why does my own body's hormones have to literally make me physically ill?
It is because
also
whoever
PMDD
was
would
God that
also...
created-
The stress of it would
because
also
whoever
affect my
was God that
physical...
created you must have had
other
a really
things.
fun night.
Yeah. Like, yeah, and it would affect, like, I would be even, like, physically ill constantly from my PMDD. It was fucking...
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
not fun. Like, 2 weeks I was just so groggy and lethargic, and... It was not fun. Like, genuinely. Yeah, I was born to be trans, I guess. I was born to be gender weird. My own body can't even stand its own hormones. Born to be a Dionysus devotee. Like, yeah, I'm giving this bitch no chances to be normal.
Lamau.
Oh, fuck. I hate when you do that. Stupid fucking... I have the chat over to the side and it keeps trying to dock with my stream info, and I don't want it to. It's annoying
Yeah,
as shit when it happens.
I think there's a setting for that. I just gotta explore it again.
Oh fuck, I need to find that setting.
Lero 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 lero
Okay, let's get back to the game. Now that I just,
No,
dumped on how much my body
you-
hates me. Now more than ever before, I feel the depths of the bond between us. I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as her tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I've never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once, this oath of mine.
僕は君のことが
待って。
She stops me with a finger against my
その前
lips.
に、みのり。一つだけ確かめさせて。
僕の望み
Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual
さっきも言
solemnity.
ったけど、私には私にしかできない方法で生き物の体に干渉できる。人間の脳をいじる方法もこれでちゃんと確認が取れたわ。だから今ならあなたの頭を元の状態に戻すこともできるの。
なんだって
Don't know, that hasn't even been in the realm of
その人にやっ
possibility.
たのと逆のことを海のりにしてあげればいいだけ。とっても簡単なことよ。
Replace Saya's words in my head to be sure of their
だから
meeting.
海のり、教えてあなたが昔の暮らしに戻りたいかどうか。あの事故で失ったものを取り戻したいのかどうか。
Oh, Wait, it... Fuck, it won't let me save. Place. And quick save, though.
Oh, that's good. Hey, before you make your decision, would you like to get to the settings? I think I found it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so in your OBS, on your controls section under studio mode, you go to settings.
Yep, settings.
And then you scroll down a little bit in general until you find source alignment snapping. I think you can change how close you need to be before it snaps by adjusting that number there. Maybe play with that. Ooh, that's exactly what it kind of feels like to me, actually.
Or snap sources to other sources. I wonder what that does. I could fuck with something else.
No, yeah, that's exactly what that does. I can see a difference. It actually makes you get a little bit closer before it snaps when you lower that. Oh, that is so good. I'm glad I found that.
Okay, want it all back. I think I'm gonna go with that first.
Yee.
Well, of course I answer without thinking. If it's possible to go back, then I want to, I think. I never wondered if there could be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on this question a long time ago. And if I'd been asked before I met Seiya, I wouldn't have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean to wish for the past, and what could it do to me and Seiya? As soon as these questions occur to me, my true feelings become unclear. The hurried answer I just gave her was less certain than I thought.
そうそうよね当たり前よね
Saya smiles softly, her expression an unreadable mixture of what seemed to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it fills me with sudden unease, as though I've just wounded her deeply with my careless words.
僕は。
いいの文則もう何も言わないで
Saya silences me with another kiss and thrusts her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. As the sweet softness of her tongue clouds my mind, I begin to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying. Speak those most important words.
Saya.
I like how you flip those words around.
For some reason, and my mind is... What?
The soft sweetness into sweet softness.
Oh, oops. I can't speak for some reason, and my mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away as the euphoria from her kiss spreads to my
お
entire
やすみ
body.
なさい文則
I hear Saya whisper softly from far
心
away.
配しないで次に目が覚める時には何もかもが終わっているから
Wait, I have to tell you something before I sleep. Just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, and oblivion calls me into its embrace. When I awoke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Sumizumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell the rotten stench that you would expect from a corpse. The night had ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning light. Aside from the blood-covered floor, the kitchen sink looked the same as it had before the accident. The din, however, the colors that had been so soothing the day before, now served as a stark reminder of what a distant world I'd been living in. Despite knowing that would be futile, I wandered the house searching for Seiya. For almost an hour, I tried in vain to deny reality. I called the police. The operator answered. I couldn't stop myself from crying. It's been such a long time since I'd heard a human voice other than Saya's. As became clear later, Mr. Suzumi had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all 3 murders. When they found the remains of Takahata Hadaomi in my house, 4th was added to the charges. During my interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the doctor who came later did. He had me moved from the jail to a much cleaner white room. That's right, this room looks just as white to me as it does to everyone else. In the end, they declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that had happened to me was real, but part of a reality incompatible with the rest of the world. So the doctors gave me a space all to myself, a place where I could live in my own world. I am sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says it is, and I had the misfortune to step outside of that box. Walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful for as I live out the rest of my life here. Everyone said that there was never any girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably was never part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here in my room? This is my world, after all, a continuation of the very real time that we spent together. Long did I wait with such thoughts floating through my mind. One night I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway. Sound would not normally have woken me, but I must have had a premonition that night. Sleeping lighter than usual, I had waited for her arrival, so I knew instantly that it was her.
サヤなんだね。
She did not answer, but I could feel her outside my door, struggling with some internal conflict.
どうして声を聞かせてくれないんだ。
Through a long silence, something small slid through the narrow bars of my peephole. It was a cell phone. The screen already showed a notepad with freshly entered text. I didn't suppress a chuckle at Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness.
そんなこと、僕は全然気にならないよ。
Lead the phone back through the
君の
bars.
声が聞きたい。姿が見たい。
For a short pause, the phone returned to my side. Okay. I'd started to suspect that might be so. In the hell my eyes had made of the world, Saya alone had looked normal. I thought that she was somehow unique. Truth, however, she had probably been a different kind of unique than I'd imagined. Wasn't that my sins hadn't distorted her appearance, but that she had been so unusual as to seem normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. But Saya didn't want that, and it was not for me to question the workings of her heart. I just had to accept that girls need to keep some
あの
things
日
private.
君に言おうとしてたこと、保留になってたの、覚えてる。
Slid the phone back to her. I was hoping you'd forgotten. Smiled wryly at the text on the screen, wondering if she really thought me so
それ
heartless.
たりするもんか。
No one was listening, but still, it would have been embarrassing to speak the rest aloud. So this time I typed it into the phone. I'm so confused.
Because the keyboard back then was just your 1 through 0. So you just
Oh,
look
yeah.
at the last line out of each of them. He typed "I love you."
Oh, okay, I see.
666, or is it 6 for?
Oh god, it's been forever since I used one of those keyboards.
555 for L, and then no, and then 444 for I, 555 for L. It's
Yeah.
so horrible. But you literally just look at the last letter. It's spelled "I love you."
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
Step it up for a quick sec.
It was so sweet.
You know what? I do kind of like the detail they did of, like, you know, even when you say, like, of course I'd want to go back, they do have it, like, where he says it reflexively, but then, like, he kind of, like, regrets it immediately. I kind of like that detail. Because it's like he's so caught up in it.
They make your options really good. I will say that. I really like how they handle your options.
Like, I do like how they did that. Like, he says it, but then he's like, wait, no. But then he can't take it back. She won't let him. I was sensor trembling outside my door. I couldn't hear her or see her, but still, I knew Saya was crying.
僕は構わなかったんだよ。
After my words offered no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned that wish for Saya. Yeah, I like that. I do like that as that aspect. He's so caught up in his feelings that he would have if he thought about it. But he doesn't. He says what's immediately on his mind, which is this entire time he's wanted to be normal.
Yeah. Because honestly, if they went any other way, it just wouldn't be true to his character that they built up so far.
Uh-huh.
So, it's so beautiful.
It keeps with character.
It's perfect. Perfection, just chef's kiss. Mwah.
I went and got some cookies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I should get some.
I knew someone who used to call these cookies crack cookies, so that's what I tend to call them. They're those really addictive sugar cookies from Walmart. The frosted ones.
Oh, yeah, no, they're basically crack cookies.
Someone I knew called them that, and it just fucking stuck, so now I call them crack cookies. I got some of the Halloween ones before when they were still selling them. I think they stopped now. Probably still they still have some of the Halloween stuff left over, but
They're just selling whatever's left of the stock.
yeah. I wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned the wish for Saya. I regret all that. Saya, too, must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. Sorry, I was a coward. Seeing the words on the screen, I shook my
君
head.
だけが悪いんじゃない。あの時僕に迷いがなければ、君だって勇気を出せた。そうだろう。
Afraid of how you were changing because
仕
of me.
方ないさ。
Saya couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find
さやは
happiness.
これからどうするんだい。そうか。
Oh, she's from another world?
帰りたいんだね。さや。
A short time passed with no words or messages exchanged. I wonder how many times in that brief silence yes and no changed places in her mind. When the phone finally returned, the characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain.
お父さん、見つかるといいね。
Do my best. The time had come for our parting. She had chosen her path and I had given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said.
もしも気が変わったら、僕はずっとここにいるから、いつでも来ていいからね。
Bye, Fuminori. I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side.
Saya.
She gently slapped my door in response, and then I heard the sound of her sliding off down the hallway. I was left alone in the silence of the night. Ever since that day, I've been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did turn to where she came from. Perhaps she is still wandering today, looking for her father. Must be hard, she must be lonely. When she can no longer stand being alone, she will surely return to me. I'm the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. So I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait, forever in my white world. Oh, that's sad.
Isn't it?
Ah.
Like, just hits you.
Oh, I'm playing other endings. I don't have to go to work until like 5 p.m. That means I can stay up.
Yeah. You can jump to the other ending easily.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's so fucking good.
It's such a good story. Oh, the nostalgia hitting me hard right now. Fuck, this game is so good.
Wait, what? I was reading something else.
I said, this game was so good. Like I'm getting the nostalgia right now. The nostalgia is just hitting me deep.
Yeah, see, Just USA.
Yeah, I never paid attention to the credits. I was just more interested in the story, and then I got annoyed that I couldn't skip the credits and play the game again.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel you.
I was ADHD like that.
No, I know Just USA because it's a name I'm familiar with, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I literally have bought games from Just Blue because I was so hyper fixated on Nitro Plus Chiral. I've been keeping an eye for like 10 years on any news on if there'd be an official translation.
Yeah.
Like, for so long, I've been, like, hyper-fixated on that. And so I figured out they were releasing an English translation of their games, I fucking hopped on that shit. As soon as I figured out that it was released and I could buy it, I bought it. And I had the money. I just hopped on that. So, like, I've been keeping up with Just and Just Blue ever since. And that's actually how I found out about Saya no Uta, was because of Just Blue. Because I went and checked out Nitro Plus Chiral stuff translated by Just, and I realized, oh, they have more games. And I've been trying to get them ever since. I just haven't had the monies. Because I want to get Chaos Child, I want to get Chaos Head, and I already have Steins Gate, and I want to get all of Nitro Plus's works that I can find. Sayano Utai I finally got, so like, that's why I know the publisher so much, because I know one of their subdivisions called Jas Blue. Jas Blue specifically translates Japanese boys love visual novels into English, but they did all of Nitro plus Chiral works. That, other than Lamento, though they said they might try to do Lamento in the future sometime, and I'm just have my fingers crossed.
Mm.
I want to see Lamento translated so fucking bad. I am like frothing. I want to fucking see it that bad. I love it. I think I want to look something up.
Mm.
Yeah, though currently, unfortunately, they aren't planning to continue to anytime soon. They just left it up for potentially one day, maybe, if like the stars aligned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never said it can't, but like it's unlikely, but like I still want to push people towards it in case it convinces them. Because it's technically not a never, it's just a... They just put pause on the plans. They still have the rights if they want to. They just have to justify the expense somehow. I'm hoping someday they do. Don't need it anymore. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? Doesn't matter, here at this moment, there's no doubt in my mind. Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster.
隣の家に住んでたおじさん。名前は知ら。
鈴見さんか。
He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. And now I've killed him with my own two hands. I feel a little... Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. Pieces of meat lay around me, belonging to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with it. I just snacked, so I will hydrate.
So I made it legal.
My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Yeah, I do need new stitches. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever, like the life of the man called Suzumi.
僕の異常を治すことは医者には絶
海のり
人間にできないことを簡単にできるっていう君は人間じゃないんだね。
Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. Doesn't change what we are to each other. Stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse.
昔読んだ漫画でさ、事故から生き返ったせいで世界が当たり前に見えなくなる男の話があった。今の僕みたいにね。
I finally realized that even though the stench of the monster's flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know their fragrance well.
その男の目には人間が萎縮、機械のロボットが美女に見えるんだ。だから男は人とは似ても似つかないロボットに恋をしてしまうんだ。
I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Suzumi's body, start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. Stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating.
なあ、これうまそうだし食べちゃおうか。
ふみのり。
あ、ごめん。今はそんな気分になれないよね。でも死んじゃえば肉は肉だし、捨てるのももったいないと思わないか。
あなたはいいの？
いいよ。
I answer easily. There's no longer any room for doubt in my
あ
mind.
と、隣の家に奥さんと娘さんがいるはずなんだ。旦那がいなくなったら騒ぐかもしれないし、通報。
そんな風であなたはいいの
Guess I still haven't convinced her of my
さっき
sincerity.
の漫画の話だとね、人でないものを愛した男は最後に自分が人間であることをやめて恋をハッピーエンドだよ。だろ？
ふみのり。
さやと一緒にいられるのなら僕はもう何もいらない。何もかもこのままでいい。
Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
言ってもいいよね。さや、君のこと愛してる。
As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her
あ
face.
なたのこと後悔させたくないのに。なのに。
I've sworn my oath and Saya has accepted it. You have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again.
でも嬉しい。私って身勝手だよね。
身勝手でいいよ。さやのわがままなら聞くよ、僕は。
Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. Single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar
あとの
before.
二人だけど、多分おじさんが殺してる。
そうか。そりゃ好都合だ。
After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use their refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine.
この写真知ってる？
Finish our labors and get into bed. I show Saya what I found in
この
Ogai's
一
house.
枚見覚えがあるよ。確かにさやの知ってる場所。
The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with a Tochigi Prefecture address on the back.
家だよね。それと木と山。
そう。ふみのりすごいね。写真も見られるようになった？
まあね。
At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The house in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above, only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. The three pictures show a similar scene: a lone house in the middle of a thick forest.
別荘だって言ってた。ここにいれば誰にも見つからないって。
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway? Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location on a road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by
お父
car.
さんがここにいる可能性は。
電話してみたけど出なかったよ。
でも最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね。
The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not 0.
明日にでも行ってみようかな、ここ。
Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to
でも
object.
ここ遠いんでしょ。
行って調べて帰ってきても、まあ半日もあれば十分さ。
その間、さやはお留守番なの？
That's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's
少し
head.
は我慢してくれよ。な、そやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろう。
うん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, she looks up at me and
ね
says,
え、ふみのり、パパのことはもう。
That's the last thing I expected her to say.
でも君のお父さんだろ。
いいの。私には
Guys, it's coming closer to
も
my
うみの
warmth.
りがいるし。パパって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でもふみのりの方が優しくてあったかい。
What screen did I get into?
Towards, I think it might be towards one of the endings. Is what I'm assuming anyway. Because the other one was an ending.
It feels like an ending. So I'm sure it's an ending.
Yeah.
Arrow.
And me streaming like 6 hours. Damn. It really got me.
What would you mean? This is typical Magnus timings.
Harrow.
Absolutely.
Hey, Teddy. Back itches. Ah. I probably need to put lotion on. Fuck.
Check.
I'm just getting those dry skin itchies because it's winter.
Yeah.
Or it's nearing winter.
It's getting really chilly and it's causing dryness, yeah.
I have to do that later. Now I'm just gonna. I scratch my back.
Yep.
I call him Dad, but he's not really my father. He taught me a lot, and he probably loved me in his own way. But you're kinder and warmer. Saya's words make me happy. But I also hear the loneliness
I'm a
in them.
fat man, so I do avoid that.
うん。ふみのりは嫌？さやと二人っきりじゃ。
いや、 でも、そうだな。やっぱり、大貝教授には会ってみたい。
Finally figured out how to explain my feelings and continued.
Saya のことをもっとよく知りたいから、僕以外にSayaのことを知ってる人がいるなら、ぜひ会ってみたい。
そうなんだ。
Sai doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically as though the thoughts are strange to her.
それに、やっぱり明日、この場所に行ってみよう。
Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I could find another use for his mountain retreat.
寂しいかもしれないけど、ちょっと我慢して待っててくれ。
Okay, she nods and looks questioningly into my eyes. Thinking of moving there.
海のりにはさ、家族とか友達とか、もっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
Fuminori, you really want a family and friends, don't you? More people you can spend
そ
time
り
with.
ゃ、その方が楽しいだろうね。
During that, Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly
で
add.
も勘違いしないでくれよ。たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
ありがとう。
Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against mine.
さやも海のりが喜びそうなこと、海のりのためだけに頑張るからね。
Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. Way to meet Yo for lunch. After his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. Hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. He finally fishes the phone from his bag. The name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? Hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house.
いや、コジ。今日はもう講義はないよな。
ああ、
Of course Fuminori would know that Koji was free on Thursday
相談
afternoon.
がある。駐車場に来てくれないか。
今すぐにか。
あ、待ってる。
Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. Does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his back pocket. This sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか。
I'm wondering if I'm wanting to take more of an edible. I think it's been about an hour.
You should be fine.
Take another.
Yeah. By the end of
Or
this
technically,
game.
it's not another. It's like half of another. No, a fourth, because I cut these into fourths.
Oh, nice.
12 milligrams. So it goes up to 25.
Yeah.
Nice.
Parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of the Koji's car. The time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps this is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. Sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今、
そうらしいな。
それがな、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。やっぱり、僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a cheapish grin.
お前にも手伝ってほしいんだ、コウジ。
Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
Okay, but can we just talk about like how beautifully disturbing they make his face look here?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, just something feels off about it.
Hmm.
They definitely knew what they were doing.
They captured the essence, and it is beautifully terrifying.
Why does this make me think of how, like, Disco Elysium so perfectly catches, like, its vibe?
Hmm.
You ever seen it?
No. I don't think so, anyways.
It's I'm trying to think of how to describe it. I haven't finished the game or played a huge amount into it, but it's kind of an unhinged. Like, it's one of those games where, like, you can do almost anything and it gives you, like, a lot of choices that you can go with and stuff. It's kind of like, even has, like, almost a D&D format. Kind of like, the chance rolls, like, not quite the same way as Baldur's Gate does, but it still has that chance dynamic.
Similar enough roleplay feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roleplay wise, it's like comparable in gameplay, but not exactly the same exact dynamics, you know?
Yeah, right.
But it feels like a game that could almost be a tabletop on its own. And it gives you an insane amount of choices and endings and stuff.
Nice.
Including, you could just choose the game to start the game off by dying.
Mm.
You just choose not to fucking wake up and you die of alcohol poisoning. You have to choose to fight in the beginning and actually not die.
Yeah.
I chose to die the first ever playthrough. No, I did choose to live. And then I was like, wait, could I actually choose to die? And went back to see if I could.
Could you?
Yes.
Damn.
If you choose just to give up, you do just die.
Damn.
In one scene, there's a smell so bad that I have a heart attack and died.
Oh, that's crazy.
I made the choice to remove the my hand from the nose, not expecting it to literally take my life, and it did. Because I had too low of health when I did it. And it literally caused my character, it gave him such a shock, he had a heart attack and died because his heart was already on the verge of a heart attack.
That's hilarious.
Like, it's literally like your heart was too weak after all of those, drunken benders and poor diets. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ。
He wants something. Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
お前も関心あるんだろ、コウジ。お前も僕の後から大貝教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃないか。僕とお前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。どうせなら協力してもっと効率的にやろう。
Why? Why does he sense malice thick and viscous lurking behind Fuminori's
とに
smile?
かく今日は足が必要なんだ。車を出してくれないか。
まあ、構わんが。
Nori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji wasn't surprised that he needed a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat. He gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
どこに行くんだ。
栃木の北の方。
栃木？
Koji can't believe his ears.
この建物を探してほしい。
He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back. Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed.
夕方頃には着くだろう。
まあ、そうかもしれんが。
Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end.
何かかこれは。
多分そこに大貝教授もいるらしい。
Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. Looks like he just has to grin and
東京
bear
に
it.
戻るのは夜中かもな。
悪いな、世話をかけて。
いいさ。
Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's mask seems wrong somehow, like a mask Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She's hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she is all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. Begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tambo suspect? Wait, I need to go change the laundry over to the dryer. Shit.
And I'm getting a little hungry. I think I'm gonna go get nuns.
Okay, I'm back. Laundry, move to dryer, more put in. Woo. Adult things.
Better call mini ups.
That I should have done way earlier in the day, but forgot.
Heck. ADHD go burr.
Yes. Yo recalls the events of last Thursday alone and without an outlet for her pain after Sukuminari verbally eviscerated her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make a problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house. She hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori? What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. Only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold, not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to the situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo is always dependent on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, but the sender is... Yo sounded in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. Takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Someone else is using Omi's phone to send text messages. If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times, when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. Phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks on the screen. There's no title, but the sender is still Takahata Omi. Tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean and spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who's using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji from anyone. Even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. Cinder might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. Cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Tell no one. Lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy would it be to just give into her cowardice to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach? That is what she truly wants, even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty. She wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air. The stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the house around her is dead. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses a button on Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. Phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. Another message from Omi's phone. Come in, the door is open. Yo looks around quickly, shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movements out of the corner of her eye. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the messages is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time she nearly gives into the intense urge to flee, but the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger. It will not permit her to turn back upon the open window. She has nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. Phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. Steps through the gate. When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it is the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They're identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before, but that doesn't mean Omi is here, she tells herself. They might belong to someone else, someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? Sudden flash of clarity. Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clutched fist. This phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtain. His phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless eye. She gathers her courage and calls out into the house. There's no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Following hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely, it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind filled with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she could not take another step. As she climbs the stair one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. They see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. Be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. Tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. Each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. After climbing for what seems an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second floor hallway. No sound greets her, there's only the gloom, brimming with silent malice. She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move of its own volition, slowly opens the door. Dissociation! The room is empty. Damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for.
Oink.
I don't think Twitch is gonna like that.
Yep.
I did not know that was coming.
I apologize for not remembering more than I remember.
Something grabs Yo's arm from behind. Something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber.
Quick,
As thing binds your
enlarging
limbs.
me as, censorship.
Wait, I wonder. trying to do something. Thing binds her limbs, finger like a pinches hair roughly. Through her brows. Side. Okay then, I don't want to read this out.
Yeah.
I imagine it's gonna skip here in a minute.
Yeah. It doesn't help that the string can't exactly see what's going on, like the text.
Yeah.
We gotta cover it.
I just unsaw it, like, you know, the I button. Hit it. That's the word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm hoping this is it.
Hopefully.
I did not know that was coming. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in a dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of fit place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She's powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. What the fuck, Saya?
That good old Japanese female jealousy that is so depicted in these sorts of situations.
I know! Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breasts. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. It makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. What the fuck, Saya? That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you, thief? Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it's covered her entire lower body. I am going to go on the cautious side. Because it's censored, but...
Yeah.
like, barely. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Very welcome.
Hello.
This is an interesting spot to have walked in.
Hi, Zeus.
Oh no,
What has he
protect
been
the child.
doing?
He's been very cuddly. Like, I got pictures of him, like, with his paws.
Oh, buddy.
He's been so cute. He's been so cuddly with me out there.
Oh, buddy. You walked in on a hell of a scene.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
You read it?
Make sure she doesn't read it out loud.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't look, Zeus. Don't look. Don't look, son.
Hi, baby. Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, it's okay. He's orange. He does not have.
Watch him
to
be, like,
tell,
rally
therefore
with
he
you.
will not understand.
Drake said, "Don't worry, he's orange. He does not have the brain cell, so he can't understand it."
I've seen this cat look at things like
Yeah, hi, buddy.
Does that orange cat head tilt?
It's so cute. Hi. It will hold you like a baby. I'm holding an orange cat like a baby.
Yeah.
Love how he lets me do it, but then when you do it, he's like,
He'll let you do this, but he won't let you hold him any other way, I swear. But he's just all content here. Now that I'm holding him like a baby, but whenever I hold him any other way, he tries to squirm out of it. You are a dork. I love you. Oh. He's just like, I down. I don't know what to do. Ah. Did you just try to bite me, you little shite?
I'm messing with other
No. You are so cute like this. Oh my god. Look how adorable he is.
Oh, baby.
Wow. Oh. Okay, the cuddles. Kisses. Okay, take our child.
Oh. You smart. You smart. Gosh, it's so hard to tell. Her. You just did your good. I'm putting the lunch run out.
Good idea.
Can't watch his violence.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's done.
Hopefully.
I won't kill you. Her mind is now barely functioning. Voices were chipper inside her head. Girl's voice sweet and sinister. Girl innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Oh, that is a description. Dead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, yell, we'll love you to death. Soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly Yo's core. Pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. God damn it! Should be unbearable, but there is no longer enough left in Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Stares blankly at the things floating through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I?
There we go.
Oh my god. It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway.
下が雪道になってなきゃいいがな。
The roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. The passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out of the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. Still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did? He was trying to push his friends away. Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch.
近江だけどな。
She said, suddenly trying to gauge Fuminori's
い
reaction.
なくなって今日で1週間になる。
そう
Fuminori replies courtly, still staring into
心
the
配だね distance. どうしたんだろ
Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near the
もう
destination.
一度聞くが、お前何か思い当たる節はないか？
いや、全然。
Fuminori answers in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's
まるで
disappearance.
気にかけてないみたいだな。
Koji's eyes narrow. It's like you don't give a damn.
そんなことないさ。
Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji would think such a
彼
thing.
女、僕の家に来る途中でいなくなったんだろ？もちろん僕だって心配だよ。
Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger. For Fuminori, who was his best friend, Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed himself. Fuminori were still hiding something. If Fuminori were still just hiding inside the shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With the sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left, then, is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
近江はな、筑波のことでお前に話があったんだ。
Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know. Minori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm.
筑波さんか。参ったね。
Know what to say, to be honest. It's been hard to
あんな
talk
こ
to
と
her
があっ
after
た
what
後だから
happened.
さ。最近。
I mean, read that. Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him, but he didn't. At least, the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man looks like his friend is really a different person who only possessed the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. Snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. The area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. Places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
本当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか？
人目につかないところだからこそ、大貝教授は気に入ったはずなんだ。
The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots a narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
本当に道か？
Koji stops the car and sticks his head out of the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed
写
trees.
真だとどう見える？
Fuminori hands Koji the photo. She compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees.
なるほどな。アングルは間違いない。
行ってみよう。
Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there is a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. Sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. Forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush against beneath its tires, Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. Hi, Poppy. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. Aw, coming up to need some biscuits. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in his hand, a perfect match. To Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car.
What?
Realizing that it's pointless to call out of him, Koji shakes his head, grabs a flashlight from the gloved compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. Photo must not have been taken recently, as the old, run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. Front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it's obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time. Just like the house in Tokyo, there's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. What few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like something put together a mock-up home and then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course. Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Koji would prefer to leave the forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler, exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. A few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates. The boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guessed that Ogai's mountain home had been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Hey, Buffy. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin, and there he finds the backyard. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. Must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking of how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to his rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements, a well. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piling up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai brought this remote home deep in the mountains and what he was doing here. Far as Koji could tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here.
人目につかないところだからこそ
Fuminori's words played back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge, a place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat or sleep. Koji suddenly remembered the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she'd know something. Takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but manages to get through. Considers calling back later, but realizes Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tambo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that he better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
どうも、殿浩二です。昨日はお世話になりました。
Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went to Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs
東
to
京に戻った
Ogai.
らまたこちらから連絡します。では。
After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tembo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. And how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about his trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number, and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. Then Koji hears a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
つくばなのか。
There's a response, but is it really Scuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly
コー
wrong.
チだ。殿浩二だよ。つくばなのか。今どこなんだ。
Short period of nothing but pain moans. Words start coming through the speakers one by one, though each takes an active will. Yo must be delirious because Koji couldn't understand it say. Yo must be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough as though trying to expel something filling her throat. Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. It's why he is unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand. Also why he didn't notice Nori sneaking up on him until it was too late. Nori sees Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's anger shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back. Hey, what are you doing? Poppy? You trying to attack my necklace? Stop trying to act like your son. Wilkie cat. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There is nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backward over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. Feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. Thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. When his fingers find the wall of the well, is he able to regain a sense of direction and free himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan, distorted by the echo in the cramped space. Nori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell. Nori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could easily have broken his neck. Just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold onto, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help. Just say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today suddenly changing Fuminori's attitude. That smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but the thought of his friend's death. Can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder? Lies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask the thing. Holy fuck. Come up with your own reason, why don't you? You'll have plenty of time down there. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world. Hey, mama! Nori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness. Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this mountain well. In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening. and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence brings will kill him. Fuck. I feel great, the same feeling you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I've killed a man, and no one will ever know. It is a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk down the snow-covered mountain road. Oh, he's so delusional. Hi, sweetie. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw in the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove the cabin had been utterly abandoned. In which case, it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out of Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. Oh, that was probably loud as shit. Oops. I always forget how sensitive this mic gets to that kind of sound. Oops. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. I dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now one of the two people whose question might have caused trouble for me, Saya, has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba Yo. I mustn't underestimate her because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even she should be able to see a connection between the disappearance of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. He'd reported our location to a third party. I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing. Judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. Please sit beside my lamb, sweetie. Yeah, you're welcome in my lap.
Cat being cat.
Yes. Come on. Go, sweetie. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flat station just as the train started running. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous, and I'm not sure how I'd get her out there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Seiya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who can take care of business. No, you can't get my Cheez-Its. No, it's goldfish, not Cheez-Its. Fuck. Those are two very different things. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. Search for Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust with no trace of his having been there. But I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity.
ただいま。
Morning, half a day later than I normally get home, and the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. Makes me feel warm inside.
おかえりふみのり。
Her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than
遅くなっ
usual.
てごめんな。いろいろ予定が変わったもんで。
私の
準備
Responds my confusion with a mischievous
ふ
smile.
みのりをね。
どういうこと？
まだ内緒。それよりふみのり疲れてるでしょ。お腹空いてる？それとも
Don't,
お風呂？
don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. Walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in the dirt and sweat of the road.
軽く何か口に入れて、それから風呂に入りたいな。
そう言うと思って沸かしてあるよお風呂。一晩中外にいたんだもんね。寒かった。
ああ、そりゃもう。
I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it.
大変だったんだ。
Soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my
思った
adventure.
以上に楽だったんだよ。だが、帰り道がね。
The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and the hallway untouched just in case someone should see inside. So these three rooms are the only places I can relax in my own
こ
home.
の季節でも山の寒さは尋常じゃないね。薄着で行ったのはつくづく失敗だった。夜中あたりは投資するんじゃないかってヒヤヒヤしたよ。
そのコウジって人の服も取り上げて重ね。
おいおい、工事は井戸に落としたんだってば。着てた服も井戸の底だよ。
This is so perverse.
ああ、そっか。
Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully.
で、あと心配なのがつくばよって女の人。
工事が消えたのと僕のことを結びつけて考えそうなのは、そいつ一人。
Saya glances at me over her shoulder like she knows something that I don't.
その人の殺し方、もう文則は考えてあるの？
それがまだなんだ。いろいろと考えたんだけどね。
任せといて。
Says, grinning with unusual
さやね、
confidence.
文則が想像もつかないような方法を知ってるよ。もう
そうか。
さてと、もういい加減仕上がってる頃だし。
Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the
だ
bath.
よ、文則。見てほしいものがあるんだ。目をつぶって。私がいいって言うまで開いちゃダメ。わかった？
I'm being cautious.
うん。
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears as I stiffen.
さや、上に何かいるんじゃ。
目を開けちゃダメ。 危ないものじゃないから安心して。大丈夫。
ああ。
Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choke sob. First, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago. But then I realized that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me that there is someone only a few feet away. And yet, I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my
さ
stomach.
あ、ご対面。文則、目を開けて。
Open my eyes and am struck dumb by what I see. Scuba Yo is curled up on the floor with no clothes on. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom naked? Moreover, why is she?
文則、この子の体、どんな風に見える？
Well, how does she look like
綺麗だ。
you?
でも、なんで僕にもちゃんと。
Why can't I? Doesn't make sense. This is the scuba yo I remember, not the putrid creatures whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she
こ
is.
の子ね、文則のことが好きだったんだって。
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she
だ
find
から
out?
私、この子の体を作り変えてあげたの。ちゃんと文則にも可愛がってもらえるような姿に。
For context, Saya has turned, Yo into what Saya is, basically. So that the main character can see her as a human. Saya pauses to gauge my reaction, then continues with a satisfied
私
nod.
の同類にしてあげたの。
Yeah, made her like me.
どうやって？
I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but this last statement is even more baffling. She changed
ねえ
Yo.
文則、一昨日も言ったでしょ？私には他の生き物の体に細工ができるんだって。
Yeah. Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the bodies of other living things. Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then. I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But now...
隣のおじさんにしたような小細工じゃなくて、今回のは大掛かりな変換だったけど、でもこれが私の能力の本当の使い方なんだよ。
abilities are really meant to be
実
used.
際にやってみたのはこれが初めてなんだけど。
Is she meant to turn other creatures into things like her?
これが本当によ。
Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Seiya, she has become what Seiya is.
人か人目の生態構造についてはね、サヤはもうこの星で一番のエキスパートなの。いっぱい勉強したからね。
Declares her voice full of pride for her first creation.
勉強って何を誰から学んだんだ？いつどうやって？
She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge of skill.
だって毎日文則の注ぎ込んでもらったじゃない。私の中に。
Saya blushes.
あれ、要は人間っていう生き物の設計図みたいなものだから、私にはそれを読み解くことができるの。好きなよ。
What is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human. But there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species.
でもね、やっぱり最初だったもんだから手際よくできなくって。
Saya approaches, Yoke trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flare her arms and legs wildly. Like she doesn't know how to move her own body. All these sounds coming out.
喋れないのか。
Can't talk.
うん。あいにく心の方は壊れちゃったみたい。
That's a mild disappointment.
なんだかんだで変身が終わるまでに20時間もかかっちゃったから、ちょっとかわいそうなことしちゃったかな。
Oh, this is so messed up. There we go. He looks at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to ask me for help, though, or even to call my name.
どう？気に入ってくれた？
I am at a loss for how to respond.
だってみのり、友達や家族が欲しいって言ってたでしょ。だからこれはさやからのプレゼント。
プレゼントって。おいおい。子犬か何かじゃあるまいし。
Yeah, Saya is kind of treating her like a... more like a pet, almost. It is like, yeah, I found you friends and family, didn't I?
似たようなもんだよ。
It's cute in a
どうせ
twisted
頭の中なん
sense.
て真っ白
It's
な
so twisted. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. Right? Saya basically said, there's not much difference, her head's just as empty.
いや、人間一人を監禁し続けるっていうのは
Holding a person captive
多分かなり厄介な
harder than you think.
大丈夫だよ。ほら、こうやって鎖で繋いであるし。
And Saya has her chained up. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. No idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dark dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. The curved chain is fastened to one of the bed posts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said. Oh, this is messed up.
それにこの子、どっちみち逃げ出して何かしようとか、そういう難しいことはもう
brains
で
to
き
escape
ない
and
か
get
ら
help.
ね。これでもう文則が心配することなんてないでしょ。
Saya has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. Normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and can't speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. Though there's still the problem that of what she means by giving Yo to me.
嬉しくない？
Saya asked dejectedly, confidence suddenly gone.
私、また何か勘違いしてた？
いや、
この子の世話はちゃんと私が一人でやるよ。文則にめんどくさい思いなんてさせないよ。それでも
It's not it. The last thing I want is to reject the symbol of Saya's affection. How can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない。違うんだ。
Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in 3 months since the accident, and she's a woman. Woman possibly glorious, voluptuous, skin and beauty. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ。嬉しいんだけど、素直に喜んでいいのかどうか。さやのことを思うとさ。
Saya looks puzzled as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
だってほら、この子だって女の子だからさ。僕がさやの他に別の女の子と一緒に暮らすっていうのは嫌じゃないのか。
Considering this belief, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say.
そんな文則って考えすぎだよ。
Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman should show. Maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feelings.
おかしい。本当に優しいんだね、文則って。
そうか。
この子はね、文則のこと喜ばすためだけに、さやが用意し、文則がこの子のこと好きになって、この子と過ごすのを楽しいって思うようになってくれたら、それだけ、それ遠慮するようなことじゃないよ。
こう言っちゃう
Such twisted logic. Struggle to find the right words to express my true
男って
feelings.
そのものすごく下劣な生き物だから。ほら、陽の体ってサヤの裸とはまた全然違う特徴があるだろう。これってサヤのこと好きだって思う気持ちとは全然別のところで、そのかなり気をそそられるってのが。
Each word that I squeezed from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider. But finally, she starts shaking with laughter.
わかるわかる。文則は男の子だからそれでいいの。正常な本能だよ。
I exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eyes with the other.
いいのか。
Ask again as they're trying to force her to say no. Saya answers me with a smile like I have never seen before. Calm. It is calm, so terribly calm. There's something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from her usual bright childish
文則と
expression.
さやは恋人同士。で、つくばようはそんな二人のペット。この子は私と文則に可愛がられるたびにそのことを思い出すの。これから毎日。
And why Saya chose Yo, so the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. I no longer answer if asked. Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. That is the very reason Saya visited upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me. For the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. Self-enthusiastically accepting Saya's
サ
presence.
ヤは気に入ってるのかい、このペットのこと。
とっても綺麗で触り心地もいいんだよ。
そうか。じゃあ二人で。
もちろん。
Turning heavily, Saya grabs the pulse to her cheek.
ねえ文則、触ってごらんよ。やわ。
ああ、
Me with teary pleading eyes approach and let Saya's enjoying the feel I continue to press. Towards me as Whoa! I I would have thought they censored this!
I mean, the lower part's not showing, technically. Oh, that's crazy.
I shouldn't have trusted it! Oh, was it? I thought it would have been censored!
Oh, how foolish we have been.
That fucking jump scared me.
I bet.
Oh my god. I am not fucking modding this. This is getting deleted immediately. Ah. Oh my god. Turning the audio off for y'all.
We're in very turbulent times these days.
Huh?
I said we're in very turbulent times these days. Oh yeah, good call on the mute.
Yeah. Okay, it's over. Fucking hell. You know, maybe this was a bad idea. Oh shit.
Probably.
So I'm assuming this is almost over. Arms Yosa curled up on the floor. Now I've imagined that three of us would be a family. A new home, new food, a new family, all granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. I, too, have changed. Killed two people with my own hands, and made a third my mindless self. Yet despite all that I have done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? Feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are heading, and so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask,
一体何者なんだい
I don't expect an answer. If Saya is asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze in deep pools of
う
her
ま
eyes.
く言葉では説明しにくいんだけどね。
Thanks for a while, searching for the right words, and
タン
says
ポポっ
simply,
て花があるよね。種を風に乗せて飛ばすやつ。
うん。
綿毛の種は風に運ばれて、ふるさとから遠く遠く離れて、もしかしたら草木なんか一本も生えてない砂漠に落ちちゃうかもしれない。そんな時、たった一粒のその種が何を思うか、それを想像してくれれば分かってもらえるかもしれない。私の
As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her
種
story.
はもちろん草の種だからね。その気になって頑張れば砂漠を砂漠じゃなくしてしまえる。ただ一粒だけの種でも、もしかしたら頑張って育って増えて、いつかこの土地が一面のタンポポ畑になるまで頑張ろうって、そんな風にタンポポの種が心を決めるとしたら、
それは
それはね、その砂漠にたった一人だけでもタンポポの花は綺麗だねって 種に話しかけてくれた時
Her slender fingers fills me with peace and
あ
joy.
なたのこと大好き
Hurrying to my chest, nodding silently.
とそばにいて
ああ、もちろん。
Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Even his voice gave out, and he lost the strength to scream. No coherent thought passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes. Random, unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are of happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well. Even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she'd had too much to drink, he looked after her while she flopped into the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice and then dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that his dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. It comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and the circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. His piece falls into place, and he becomes Tono Koji once more. Surprised by how easily his voice emerges, his desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Keeps screaming with all of his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped well become deafening. He is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he is just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. His wait is not long, but even a minute feels like eternity on the edge of despair. Soon the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to a perfect circle. Here, being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. Said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. Sometime the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. After he hit such a feat, stronger fingers could barely move. Pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. Grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. Rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down. The beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon, she is standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with Doctor?
先生。
他の誰かを期待したかい？
Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo's Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she's wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light is a blocky, all-purpose type featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners in addition to the main floodlight. Survival gear and professional grade by the look of
ひど
it.
いありさまだな。ほらこれ。
Says as she gives Koji a once-over. Pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to
飲
him.
み込まず、ゆっくり一口ずつ舐めるようにしろ。
ありがとうございます。
She walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue.
何ですかこれ。
Moonshine.
スピリタスウォッカ。着付け薬によし、消毒によし。浴びせてから火をつければ効くような相手にはかなり効く。
Vodka. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? No trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Expression is now set in a hard mask and her eyes are sharp and weary. I need to get to bed, though.
You think you might need to save it here?
Yeah.
Damn, we need a quick save. And then this stream's gonna get deleted ASAP.
Yes.
That's fucking wild.
Alrighty, then. Do I want to rate out too? Oh, Sega's on. Might as well rate out to them. Looks like they're just starting.
Did you
stream
finish
too.
it?
Not fully yet. I'm getting close, but I need to go to bed because I do have work.
Yeah.
Thankfully, really late, but I do have work. But honestly, that was definitely towing the line. There was scenes that were not Twitch friendly. Most of it was censored, but yeah, that was bad. But I'm rating out. So I will see y'all next time. Have a good evening. Whatever is
Which
in your
ending
time
did you
zone.
get?
I've done one of the bad endings and I'm still getting to the other ending. But I did the first one where you say that you leave and you go to you end up in a psych ward basically because you get accused of all the murders. No one believes Yusai existed, that kind of ending. But the world is back to normal. Yeah. So see ya.